browser, it hides it or something. I don't know if you can see the paint screen.
Yep, we can see it.
So on the paint screen, um, I can cut and paste stuff in case there's a problem. But at 2:56 yesterday, I posted this. It's bottom of the OMM. All you do is draw across the highs. That's all you have to do. And that's showing that a rally's in progress. So what I wanted to know yesterday was, it's right here on the left, A, B, C. Yesterday, I was showing my nephew, he was in here, he wanted to trade. It's the first time he's ever traded yesterday. So we're kind of going over some stuff, and this is one of the trades we did, one of several. What we were doing is we're waiting for the rally to potentially get to this red line, and all that red line is it's anchored to A and B. So I just drug the red line across the tops. And on C, this was our move yesterday on the 2nd of March. We're approaching that. And we're approaching that, I'm marking stuff up on our side. So I'm like, okay, we've got a C over here. And see, I draw this red resistance line over here. So I'm putting it in the data. I'm creating a correlation in real time. So I put it there. I mark it here. And if this rally stalls out here at point C, then the market has a potential, QQQ has a potential to pull back, start moving short. Now, if we start moving short, we're going to expect to see red show up. We're seeing red here. We're showing that we're breaking support. So we want to start to see confirmation. And then what I did was I said, okay, we're going to do the 608. You can see right here, there's a 608 down here. Here's 609. So 608 in this zone here. And the reason is 608 is I just wanted leverage, basically. So point D on our graph was down back at those lows. I was like, if we can successfully start breaking down, here's the OMM resistance line that I drew in. So I put it in this. So if we can start breaking down, the market most likely can try to pull back to the left-hand lows. So this is in the 608 area. So the 608 just represented a higher leverage contract. That's all. You can do 609, 610. I did the 608. And so we have the red line over here correlating in our 608. You can see we're at 12. We're in the teens basically down here. So this is in the teens at point C. And again, C is correlating back up here for data. And as we pull down to point D, our low, that allows the, let's see, the 608 to come off this teens. So I put $10 in here. The low was actually 11 cents, $11. But we were filling like around 14. So we were coming over here around 14 in that area. So we're pretty close to the low. And then you can see as we started pulling back to point D, we ran to 2. And so point D's up here. So we ran to 2. That's all it is. It's just watching this line. That line correlates to this line down here. So that's the correlation. The reward to risk is really high because if it does work, $14 a contract, it's not like, let's say you're like, oh my God, I'm nervous. This may not work. So you spend $14 for, in this case, for a potential of, 150. up here. So 1.5. And we did peak. We briefly touched 2. But 1.5, that one was not too difficult to achieve because we had a lot of crossover in that zone. Now, on the flip side, this trade and any trade can always go against us. What if we got to the red here and we broke out and went through it and then we peaked up here? And it's very possible that that could happen. If that does happen, this contract over here runs over to the 0 line. So it just, it's going to get just skewered if we don't get the pullback. And all I can say is the reward outweighs the risk. For 14 a contract, you can come in here with 10 contracts, come in here with $140 literally. And if the trade works decently and you come out here, so $140 to $1,500, for example, for just a few minutes. Well, it's more than a few minutes. I was having to watch this for a while. But for, like I was asking, I said, well, how much? He has a job at this ice cream shop. They're selling thrifty ice cream. Like, how long would it take you to make 1,500? It's like, well, working that ice cream shop half my life. So not really that long, but you get the idea. So the reward outweighs the risk, and $14 to whatever, to 150 or 100 or whatever. So and it's just tracking all I'm doing is tracking OMM. This is the bullish rally. So when the rally gets to a point of stalling out historically, looking left, we did have another point here, but we broke through. We should start to see this kind of stuff manifest where we're stalling out in price. We had a dip red, a rush back up, tabletop failure, and then a rollover. So that's all we're looking for. And yeah, it's work because I got, doing this thing here, and we're watching it. And it comes clock 2:35. So yeah, but again, that was the outcome. So just a matter of watching it. And again, this part of the graph, this is the bottom part of the graph. This is this is a bullish rally down here. So this is a counter trend. And by nature, counter trends are just the worst trades ever because they have a harder time working. But with the OMM positioning and the synthetic trading, you can see how powerful that is. It's like tracking the rally in this case. And we're able to see prior stall out areas in a unique way. There's some guy this morning is posting in the forget what that's called, guest thing or whatever. But anyways, he's all like PhD this and PhD that. It's impossible to beat the pick market on them, but we're just wrong with trading. Unique data points, and we've got changing color and calculate outlines, so we can figure out a lot of stuff. So it's not, just like willy nilly. This isn't some willy nilly process here. This is like it's mathematically figuring this stuff out and showing us. So, like anything, the trades, like, and these guys, the hedge funds, institutions, whatever corporation or whatever, they look at this the same way we do. They're like, okay, if they're calculating something similar, they'll be like, okay, we stalled out here, we stalled out here, and maybe we'll stall out here, and then we've got a good track record of it. Trend's been that, and then if we can get the pullback, so they'll be doing the same thing we are. It's not, they don't have any more. We're producing the same style of information. Some of it's probably even better. So that's just how we are. But that lets us exploit this kind of stuff over here. So yeah, I wouldn't take stuff with a grain of salt. You know, here our vector, we can always look back and we can see that a lot of times we get some upside. Like the market's doing one thing, and then you see a state change, like you have a contact red or green now, and then you get a lot of follow through, and you're like, oh, well, that was a missed opportunity. So a lot of it's that. This morning, the QQQ, I went in the wave 20 daily. This open state's from yesterday. Possibly we can close it this morning. That's one thing I was kind of looking at. We've got our orange line, and you can see the market or not. We'll see if that, and it's possible continues. Well, we can't close this line. We cannot close that off this orange line, open line. It's not closed yet, even though pre-market we broke beneath it. That's not closed. It has to close in RT8. That's closed between 9:30. Yeah, is closed. We're going to pre-market. Miss. It could be the SPY was looking at right there, and it's done like 66% of what it should do. Just raise the 10 line up here. We hit the 2 line here. There's a chance it can go +2 and +10. So automatically lower. Is it pull? So, so you can look the other day we talked about the NASDAQ composite 20 daily. We were talking about how we're short. I think that was on Friday. And, we're still maintaining short. So nothing too surprising there. I think it was Anton and we were talking about how we're underneath the pressure, and that is short. And, yesterday we got just more underneath. Well, that changes. We're still overall short. There can be rallies up to it or try to get above it, but overall it's still kind of short. And then I think we mentioned too on Friday we had some of these open states down here that if we remain short, they could be potentially closed. They would be their objectives down here. And right now, oil's a big part of our economy, so it's kind of inflationary. As oil goes up, when it radically moves up, it kind of hurts the idea of earnings in the stock market. So you see the reaction of the stocks. That's the biggest catalyst. I don't know that the war over there, other than human lives, is like really too reflective in what happens in our economy other than outside of oil. Maybe, but it's mostly oil. And you saw the big structure of the QQQ. We built it on Friday. There's a video, I think, out there of how to put that together. Spread monster. They're pretty simple. It just gives an idea of what can happen during the week and where we can close. Here's the put credit spread. This week, I put in some comments. We kind of have put in the comment if this goes really bad. There's a case for getting down to 578.20 if it's horribly bad. We'll see if our orange line does anything for us. It's trying. And then I made a mention too, if the orange line can work for us, we don't know. But if it can, then here's the reversion point back long at the orange line. And then if we break beneath it, well, we can continue tumbling, of course. I also showed the other day the little, maybe it was Friday, Thursday last week, the little yellow box in the OMM, how that can be used. So is creating a spread a distance between the green line and the floor. Once we get into that distance, usually there's a reversion. So last week, I think in a 7-day period roughly, that played out 4 times. So it had a win rate of 100% every time it played out correctly. We'll see if we get something like that this week. I think would be kind of near the floor. I'm not sure.
Well, on ES 7 daily, we topped off the 2% line.
Oh,
To hit a
gotcha.
2% line, that's quite interesting, right? So we created some new open states on the 7 daily, but we've got old ones down below at 60. Oh, God, I'm blind. 66.82, I think it is. Yeah, 66.82. So, I mean, there is possibilities, but looking back at these dips underneath the 2% line, the next candle, okay, in all instances except for one, got us back at the vector, right? There's one instance where we ducked under, but it was a 3-day red candle run, right? Where the fourth candle was red, then we had a little bit bounce, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it took 5 days for us to get back to the 2% line and over, right? I don't think we're going to see that. I think, another day and then we'll come up again, get the vector, and then turn around. Um, it's just what it is, It's just what it is.
Yeah.
But we're really where we want to be on a Tuesday if you're going to sell premium, right? I almost, but I got double minded, closed out my positions yesterday. I was at like 32%, 35% capture of premium, but I just said, we got a chance to go back down. But I'm a little bit more adjusted. I did a 5 wide, but I did the 99, 98, 96. So, I'm a little bit further down than the 600. But again, it's a Friday
Yeah.
play. We're hoping that Wednesday, Thursday, we're above the white line. And if we're above the white line and you catch halfway decent premium, you're still profitable even if you're in the money.
Yeah. No,
Pretty
it's
much.
true. I mean, pending the Iran thing, that's what we just,
It's all Iran.
accidents happen with the missiles and shooting down stuff. It's like, oh my God, blow up a couple tankers and some
I,
refineries, and good Lord.
I
But,
think I think it started
if that
yesterday.
stabilizes a little bit, you know,
I think it happened yesterday
what's
when
that?
we had that swift move down when they said no
Yeah.
oil through the strait, right? And that was the
Yeah.
cascading effect. And ironically, it lined up with OMMs, right? It lined
Yeah.
up beautifully with OMMs. It lined up with Milk's ceiling, which is based on OMMs, right? So it's ironically canny how you don't listen to the news but your system seems to show the same thing, right? And now we're on the opposite side of the spectrum. Yesterday on the 7 daily, we had gotten very close to the 5% line, not over it. And then, you know, on the 760, we got to the 2% line. Forgive me, 760 2% line. And today, we're at the 2% line. On the flip side, on the daily, we're at it's extreme move to extreme move is what we're getting.
Yeah. Makes sense. It makes sense. Reactions.
Yeah.
You know, I AVP, if this thing clears up, so it's like I don't know. I do know when I looked at the spread monster
Yeah.
underneath our white line, underneath that white line, and who knows, but we out of the 200 days I loaded to
Yeah.
create the graph over here, that 15-minute graph, only 3 times did we close underneath that white line on Friday, this Friday,
Yeah.
in a relative positioning. Now, again, maybe they keep lobbing missiles over into Saudi Arabia and, knocking out this and that stuff. But, you know, if it clears up, it's possible we're above our white line. If we get back above our white line, here's the real test. Monday, Tuesday, we're cool to dip underneath. This is
Yeah.
cool. Everything's cool.
Wednesday.
If we're there Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, holy crap. Yeah, that's not cool. Because I look back and I'm seeing a lot of waveforms, a lot of I just call them the spaghetti lines. They're just coming out underneath that white line and just doesn't clear up. So, in our orange line, it's we can
So
see
the
the
spread
structure of the
market
market.
shows a lot of waves
But
underneath the white line right now. When you did like
only
today's,
three. Only, well, there was right now on Tuesday, there was a few.
okay,
But Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, it only showed 3.
3.
So out of my 200 days of historical volatility, I only showed 3 times Wednesday, Thursday, Friday did we stay under white line. So
Look, you
that
got to
tells
play the
me
odds. You got to play the
well,
odds.
yeah, it's odds. I mean, yeah, like
But now ask me a
it's
better
odds.
question. Let me ask you a better question. How deep were those 3 lines?
Pretty deep under the
Okay.
orange. So see
Under the
that
orange.
orange?
Yeah.
Well, it's either. And you could, and I was thinking about this. I'm like, okay, I know
Sell under the orange.
today.
Sell under the orange.
Yes,
What I'm thinking.
yes. And then I'm thinking too, I'm like, a vertical or just put on a long put
Well,
down
long
deep.
puts are going to be expensive. Are going to be
They're gonna be a
expensive.
little pricey. I haven't checked them now, but I was waiting till the end of the session until we get to roughly 4 in the 3 o'clock hour, and then kind of deciding, are we trying to reclaim the white line, or does it look like our orange right now? Our orange, our structure looks solid as we're respecting orange over here. We came down pre-market and tested it. So the market's acknowledging that they're seeing the same stuff. So we gotta, yeah, I kind of want to see what happens to that orange. Yeah, let's look at 578 was like a worst case scenario. I'm gonna pull up a 578 for Friday. Be better if it was super cheap. It's a little pricey. Almost 20 points
What's
away.
it at?
It's at
How much?
92. A 578 is at 92 for this Friday. That's almost 20 points away.
Yeah.
That's
Look,
very pricey. If it was in the teens,
you size
well,
down is all it is. You size down. Maybe you watch it this week, right? There are easy weeks to make money and there are hard weeks to make money. This week, if you're on the right side of it, it's going to look easy. If you're on the wrong side of it, you're going to want to shoot yourself as to why you did it. And the problem is, it's just the volatility will increase based on all the rapid news that you have. And I know you're not a news trader, but you really have to wait for great locations and double confluence before you enter a trade. That's all it is. That's all it is. I mean, overnight, you saw Milk's chart, though he didn't post it when it hit. I know that these levels he just does. So it's what it is. It worked out perfectly. It worked out so beautifully. But the day has started. We're looking at a little bit of a pump. I'm gonna go trade. I'll see you soon.
that white line as you see is resistance and it's support on the put side. If the white line holds a course, then the put can work. If the white line doesn't hold, then the call can continue to do something. So again, for that spread to work up here for our, let's see, I did the 600. We've got to enter the white line on Friday. And then this will go to 0. If we close that open line, I have no idea, but if we close it, then the put works, of course. Down in the orange for that to occur. And that orange, of course, is a supportive area. P602, that one's a higher risk spread.
So I went with a 95.90. I actually wanted 94.89, but I had other spreads that were blocking it. You can't buy and sell the same spread strike on two different things in the same account. So, but I got decent premium. I was a little fast. Got $1.51 instead of like $1.80 or $1.60. But I got the 595. 90, which kind of hugs the orange line, right? We're sliding above the white line.
You know what, AVP? That is like safest place, like on that entire graph right now. That orange line.
Correct, and I'm not gonna get greedy, right?
That is
I've
to
got
put
my
a
50
spread
cent
there.
exit.
Yeah, that's like a perfect spread
I
right
know
there.
that's the kiss of death, Russell. Nothing's perfect, brother. Nothing's perfect, but
Oh,
it's
it's
it's probably
perfect. I'll tell
it's
you.
probably the most advantageous one out of the lots that I did. I've got multiple lots, but that one takes it. I didn't, because I didn't see your graph on Monday, so I based it off the white line, and I took the furthest one at all five white. But I'm in 99s, 98s, 96s, and now 95s. And I'm going to be honest with you, I'm the amateur guy, right? So if I have multiple positions, like I added at 201 on my 99s, if I get back to yesterday's premium of $1.35 and under, I'll take off yesterday's position and keep today's position, right? Only because it's a high risk, uh, you know, week. I'll try to take my first entry out for a small profit and let the fatter premiums run because honestly, I should have been waiting, but it's what it is. It's what it is. I just wanted a little skin in the game.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that's
it's
not
always
really for
hard to
me.
know.
That's for all the other people, who have multiple accounts, multiple contracts, and are trying to figure out, well, what do you do? So I kind of just said that for them more than you, Russell.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the structure is it's that orange and white line. It's whatever's gonna be the most powerful. If that white line's the most powerful and because we got to get above it, we know that it's tried,
Well, you also have to ask
and
yourself,
then it's got to get below the orange if the bear. So
what's the white line on
and
ES is the
over
question,
here,
right? We just
uh, I I didn't even look at it the other day. I
I
just
think it's,
kind of focused
I
on the
think it's
cube. We
right,
can figure it out.
right around 94. I think it's right around 94 because I'm looking at a 5 minute peak,
Or
and that's kind of what it is, right? So
yeah,
looking at your 7 daily, right? If we get back to the vector, right, which is at 72, you know, your all the
yeah,
stuff underneath is going to be sub $1, and you can get out of it if you're not liking the stress of this black swan event, right? So if we, by any chance,
yeah,
get up to vector on the daily is right around 68.72. On the 760, the vector, let's see, it should have changed right now. Yeah, no, not much, not much. It's still 67.78. It needs another half an hour or so before it'll update. But I mean, even if you get, yeah, so technically we got over the vector. It's just 10-minute delay on that, right? Yeah, we are above the
yeah.
vector.
On that thing.
We are above the vector. So, the 80% line, if we stay above here, is 94, which we hit, which we just barely missed. Yeah, the high was 94. We get to the 50% or the 20% on the above the pivot, and you're out of these things at $1, give or take, right? So I'm just trying to give you an idea, and that's the 599s and lower that I'm reading, right? A little bit more. If you feel that you got trapped, if we get up there slightly over the white line, almost where that last green peak is, if you get into that area, you'll be green on stuff that you bought yesterday. So that would be the place where if it's too much for you, you kick it. You kick it for break even, right? And you preserve your capital for another day. And don't worry if you kick it and it works out. If you weren't emotionally ready for it, it's better to kick it than to be stressed out. But that's just for the new people who are playing it, right? Remember, today and tomorrow, they're supposed to be underneath the white line. It's what, sorry, yesterday and today. Oh, look, I feel something else. Uh, Tomorrow is the real concern that we climb above the white line and stay
Yeah,
above the white line.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Tomorrow's like make or break. if we look over here on Friday, our purple. So these is hardly have any case for being under white line. So only 3 times over 200 days have. So, but you know, if they actually under this white line, cargo ships, or it's like oil kind of rockets again. It's kind of like we're playing some cards here, and we've got the Joker card in there. Not sure, you know. So we can see here, you know, they're trying to testing the waters, so to speak.
You know how crazy the premium is? I sold just now $200 away for Friday on SPX. I sold 65.40.45 for 60 cents, right? $200
Yeah,
away after we've taken,
yeah,
almost $150. Usually, typically $300 is the range in a week. Usually, if you have consecutive down or up days.
yeah.
Me personally, I'm looking for
So
50% on my option premium selling right now this week.
yeah, and the SPY too. Right now, see where it's on the -5 line. So what I did was I went into the data warehouse and I showed a graph I produced, or I think actually Milk posted it. But this thing is
You're referring to the $2
very
$10 chart.
simple on SPY. Yeah, see how it says -5 over here, and then underneath that's a -10.
Correct.
SPY's like a machine. It's so easy to trade. Either this -5 holds, or it goes to -10. There's nothing in between. So right here, I'll color it green. Either that needs to step up to the plate and hold, or we fall down here. I looked at 2 years of data, and I ran it through the data warehouse. I posted the query in that UAT chat, but it was either a -5 or a -10. How I constructed the query. So if we look at a 674 over here, call side, and Milk Eye shows us SPY stuff, so I usually don't, the ES, SPX, I usually don't really show it. But if we look at our third and we look at our call 74, see what it's showing. $271, interesting. Wow, that's going over like a lead balloon. the same way yesterday in SPY, we had a +2, a +10, and a +20. Those have been the 2-year outcomes. And you can see yesterday we got right up to +10 right there. So I have the query that I was able to create these analysis points, that UAT channel. And then on the downside, it's now -5 or -10. And so we're hitting our -5. That begs the question, do we hit the -10 or do we hold at -5?
Wow, it's so violent. Like you
Oh,
could
it's
easily
like,
get 5 points, you know? It's
yeah,
like I'm like, let's put an order
you
in.
get,
It's like you filled in 5 points under, right? I haven't even pressed the button, you know, it would have been filled in 5 points under. And then I go to reposition and it's above 10 points. It's like insane right now. I'll be honest with you, I'm in half
yeah,
vacation. Can't it's hard for me to trade this when you're in half vacation mode.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, right now, that white and orange line, the market kind of went up and probed in the RTH session here, probed the Ys, like, okay, is there some strength? Do bulls want to step in and follow? Kind of backed off. It's like everybody's trying to figure out, all right, what's the end game? What's the outcome?
Well, we should be getting OMMs pretty soon. Let's see. Let's see if we get any prints right now. People are already in it. Let me see what it
Yeah,
says.
there should be some volume coming
Yeah.
in.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You got to look at this. Hold on. No, this is 1558. This is still yesterday. It hasn't SPY hasn't pulled through yet. I was going to say it looks really bad, but
Let
no,
me
it
check the
hasn't.
Q one and see what it
Uh,
shows.
I'm doing Q right now. Let's see if it. I was put in slowdown mode.
Yeah, we've got, the Q, I think the options market trades a little more vibrantly
Yeah.
ETF than it does on the SPY ETF a little bit. So it probably, I think we get a little more reporting sooner on it.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
got
we got a 940.
yeah 948, and it's hard to see where
Or
it's hard to see where it is, the green line or the red line, because the pink is covering it.
yeah,
Gonna have to wait. Just gonna have to be patient. let things.
You know what though? I can mark this up. We got a floor of 591. We'll throw the floor in.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Floor of the school.
591.21. But it is an icicle.
591.21.
It is an icicle. No, wouldn't you call that an icicle?
No, it doesn't look like. I think the floor, yeah, I think AVP, I think it legitimately dropped out down there. I think that's right. Yeah, I don't think it's an we've tried
Yeah,
to
no,
filter
I
the
can see it.
icicles
Come on.
out. Sometimes those icicles can be good, you
No,
know?
but I could see it because our overnight
Um,
low was 592.32, so that would make sense, right? So 91.21 is the floor, right?
yeah,
I also think that, you got all the New York people adjusting, in the morning right now. That's bringing a lot of chaos to it. Stop orders, long orders, profit taking, new positions. So a lot of
yeah,
that is coming into play with all this velocity. You got now London saying, "Oh my God, New York, stop messing with me. I got to go home in an hour," and there's all that chaos. I think after 11:30, you're going to see it take a breath. And what I really would like to see is to get to the top of this balance zone. We have a really wide balance zone, and we're checking the bottom of it right now. To get to the top of it, and really, we've got to get into Milk's RTH gap and above to see a trend change. Till then, it's actually pullback shorts from the top of the box and longs from down here until they seek value outside of this really wide box here. 46 to
yeah,
like 80 something, yeah, to 90. Yeah, it's a really, really wide box. Truly, there's a smaller box inside with just one, two checks above, but we're gonna play the wider box. It's brutal here. This morning, the sellers are pounding.
the floors down there. I'll tell you, they can try to push price to the floor. That's the risk right now that they'll try to. We got the orange line, which is a whole other volatility metric, historical volatility. So we'll have to see if
But it's funny. I see the
orange will.
IV coming off a little bit uh, because
Yeah,
technically, right down here, we should be higher on the premium of those 99.95s. The fact that we're not showing the morning IV, the stuff you get from 9:30 to like 9:40, 9:45, that is fading, not the overall IV.
yeah,
Side of the spreads,
yeah.
I'm
The
sitting with my
the
hands here.
yeah. Oh man, it's position short. It's saying that the QQQ is short. So we'll add our margin to the OMM here. We'll throw on the 590, 592.21.
There's your new low of the day.
590 to 20. And this call orange line, it's a little too high. Down just right there. One on the put is a little too high also. Needs to be right here. All right, so we're at the orange. The OMM is showing overall short, and then the orange line, that's a supportive area. Begs the question, which one's going to win? The orange will win or the OMM will win? The OMM usually will grind this way. We're underneath the PML. The PML is right here. Usually the tendency, the trend is to grind into the um, grind down into the margin area, heading to the margin, floor margin. So I need to adjust the orange line over here. It's a little low. You're going to see here if the OMM, if the OMM is more powerful than the orange line. The orange line comes from historic. So the OMM, I checked a little bit ago at 9:48. It just basically said the market short. And usually when it's short, we're seeking out the like, and it I had wins. Trade like they're super cheap and they're super active. Yellow rectangle. They have like big in around 14, but ran up was we're upwards of $2. So they're like that when we get down near that floor area. And I don't know why this thing doesn't want to. Our floor dropped. So we got our close of the open line. So we'll take that out. And then now we see if there's an overshoot. Ideally, we want to get an overshoot. Isaac's asking about that orange line. The orange line works differently. That's at a spread monster, and it's just a level. And 80% of the time we respect that level. That means only 20% of the time do we breach it, get underneath, like we have. We don't get under there. Out of 10 trades, you can look at it like, okay, 2 times out of every 10 we get under there. And of course, it makes sense because with the Iran thing this week, if there's a time that it can get under, it would be when there's uncertainty and bearishness in the market. Now, we've closed our open line. We had the 593.94. I put the comment and I removed the comment because it's in the way. But we have the comment in there that, we could probably close the orange line this morning, which we did. Those lines, we tend to get an overshoot, and that's what the market's doing right this second. It's working on the overshoot. And with the overshoot, typically we get a reversion, and that comes in at some point. It doesn't have to be now, it can be later. It could be like minutes or it could be hours out. But eventually we do get a reversion. It's just it's time when it does occur. So we're moving into the floor. The the OMM says that we're short. The OMM says that most likely we'll grind into the floor, which we are, or well, trying to. That implies put credit spreads aren't really like they're points to get into, but we have to resolve a little bit into the session, otherwise they kind of they won't do much. All right, so we're on top of our calculated floor margin. Okay, so the OMM right now, what's really critical is the floor and PML, Isaac's asking. So what I did was when AVP and I were talking, knowing average, general, normal outcome, just a regular day on Wall Street, under PML, seeking out floor margin. There's a spread that's always maintained between the floor and the margin. It's really technically called negative exposure up and down, but it's a negative exposure. I call it positive because like it works out for us, but in the market lingo, it's technically negative exposure, and that's where we get underneath the floor. And typically, if anything happens with the positive exposures, that's on Friday. It can happen during the week, don't get me wrong, but it generally is more of a Friday event. All right, so we're in the margin from a bit ago. I know I checked the floor is kind of adjusted down. The ones we pay attention to with OMM, I don't know if I can. Let me see if I can. Oh, let me post it. I'll post it in the channel. Old OMM, it was at 753. Now it's going to be hard to see in the graph because it's all like smashed up when it starts. Is to avoid that gridlock, the unknown, because it's all smashed up. It's in there as C and F. Isaac, if you're pulling that. See, we're down below. It says C colon 61450 and F 59128. See how on my screen I say floor 59128 at 948. Was it 948? You can see the time. And then the PML was 60136, which is up above. You can see I put in 60136 PML. So the rule of the road is the screen not showing up again? I can restart it. Seems like it always wants to stop. Why? Okay, I restarted the screen. So you can see we're in the margin now. Floor margin is supportive. That call is like a nightmare. That 600 call. 8 points away. Getting some bounce out of the floor margin. We're getting our reversion. I hope the thing's streaming. I'll post it. So we went up and tested the reversion. The test of the reversion is at a minimum just to get back to the clothesline. Okay, Sean, we got a pretty deep open line there that's closed that we hit. It's like you're saying, it's correlating to the 2%. The market's finding some level of support there too, as we're seeing also on the floor. Yeah, so when we're hitting these lines, if we get reaction from them, the market is confirming to us that it's seeing it, tracking around it. It can be sluggish. It may take a little bit of time, but the initial reaction's good.
The problem is, at least on supply, the ceiling, the floor is, you know, slanting down, right? It's revising down. So
But
that's the issue. We're at one on our bottom line, green line. I get to 152 before it stalls out, you know. So us going sideways
yeah,
still would let the lime green line go up, but I think that's capping
yeah,
us right now. You need to see a stable floor. You know, don't get me wrong. Um, Milk draws it on his chart on the hour, but you get an update every 3 minutes on OMM Live. So it's just showing a little peak down. You know, not much, but still it is down.
yeah.
And then
Yeah, I never like to see the floor dropping out.
yeah,
Yeah,
QQQ, you see the same thing. You see
yeah,
the floor
because
dropping.
yeah, yeah, and it drops out because the risk is when that floor drops out, price will want to seek it.
Yeah, yeah.
Starts out a
Now,
dropping floor, it's a
doesn't always
bottomless
have to
pit
happen.
because you don't know
It
where it's going to stabilize.
it doesn't always have to
No,
happen. I've seen the floor go down and the price go up, right? In the sense of,
yeah,
the market makers are saying, "Hey, I'm going to ease off, and I want more security," but at the same time, price says, "Hey, I don't like it." That there's a lot of parameters. It just tells you you should
yeah.
expect more downside. Doesn't have to happen, but you should expect it. Also shows
You
that
know,
volatility
we've
is
got our
increasing.
yeah, we've got our orange line, so that's a really good line in the sand. We'll see if the buyers can. Nobody wants the market. It's bad for business with the market dropping out. You know what I mean? So it's like involved with the market, or on the bullish side, or like, okay, we need to get this thing stabilized. That orange line represents stabilization. If we can climb and claw back above it,
The white line represents my prayers being answered.
yeah,
No, I'm
the
joking. We
white
don't
line represents making
we
some
don't get
money.
emotional. We're data people here.
Uh,
Uh,
uh, oh, it's pretty. It's a very
I had
much a
to break
roller
it up a
coaster
little bit there.
thing trading.
Everybody's probably on the edge of their seats right now. So I needed to break it up a little bit. I should be packing right
And
now.
if we're,
I should be doing.
AVP, if we're above, if on Friday, if we're above the white line, we
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah,
On
yeah.
Friday, these credit spreads, these put credit spreads, they're gonna look like genius.
I
You
know.
know, they're gonna be like,
Who is what
So,
was
and but it's all, as you and I know, from now until a win, it's always unknown. You're always like, oh my god, you know. There's a lot of emotional states in between the two.
there's there's also a lot of ability to scalp uh, these things. Okay, uh, not that I'm recommending it, but uh, I I'm in the 599.94s at 201, right? And a little bit low, but they were at 240 just now, right? And you could scalp it back down to like $2 and get out of it, and that's a very good possibility too. Um, so a little bit more advanced, right? Uh, we don't we're showing you to hold it till Friday, but if you're making money and you don't like it anymore, take a little money and then wait for it to come back to a place where you like it again, right? So there's a lot of different things you can do, right? Uh, I just set it up so that hopefully we go touch the white line and I get rid of the ones that I was a little too eager on and hold the ones where I got really fat premium on while reducing my risk, overall risk of exposure on Friday. But here you're seeing just
Yeah.
what Ullman was showing. Further downside is still in the books. That was just a pullback, right? Nice one. I like it, but it's just a pullback, right?
Yeah, we've got to have, for any of us to make any money, we've got to have pullbacks, extensions. Pullbacks are great for the put credit spreads, and we need that extension to get the win.
Yeah.
Long extension. It's just fun. Yeah, but we got to have the as you're pointing out, AVP. We really got to have stabilization in the floor. We can't have them underneath of us. It really needs to show that stabilize. Man, it just on the QQQ, the floor just looks hellaciously ugly. It just looks really bad. I mean, uh, I'm posting the QQQ floor on the professional's desk. Just taking a nosedive.
And before, if you would ask me that, I'd be like, oh, okay. But learning how to read the bottom is huge. Is huge.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
mean,
Because we have
we're
two
really at a
things going
one.
on. We have the market.
Yeah. What the only thing that I do
Well,
like
right.
is that. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, when you look at the price action, red to green transition on the vector. So it's like, okay, we kind of have hope of going up. But we look at the OMM, which is playing with the market in the background, synthetic trading, and it's saying the downside is still expanding. It's
Yeah.
still dropping out.
The only thing I
And
like
which is
the only thing I like on what you're saying is the lime green line is reading, but the red is following, right? So it's a
yeah,
better chance to overtake it. Whereas if it was going in different directions, you really want to worry. But it is following it. That's the
yeah,
only good thing about it. Occasionally, you'll see one line
yeah,
go up and the other line go down. I like the fact that because we're looking for the reversion eventually for our spreads. I like the fact that the red line is chasing the green, but the green is ahead right now. What we really want to see is a flatter floor, and then even a floor that slopes up. That would really really help the stability of the floor and our ability to have more confidence in it. Sorry, I interrupted you, Russell.
yeah. Oh no, not at all. Yeah, the floor is just showing us that the riders are still, calculating more downward volatility in front of us, possibly. Never guaranteed, but that's what they're out at the moment, so to say. That orange line that we show our 80% line, uh, getting underneath of it, it tries to then turn resistive. You can see we're
Yeah.
probing into it. It's like,
But what Isaac said. When we overshoot the orange line, it does become resistance on the way back up.
yeah, yeah, that becomes resistive as we see. And then with the OMM dropping out on the floor, that floor rising down,
Oh, look,
signaling, hey, there's still concern of the short side. It's like, yeah, uh,
you know what really didn't help was the CPI in the eurozone. That really did not help
yeah,
the overnight price action. If that was good, I think we would have had a slightly different outcome, more sideways lower than just plummet lower. And I
all right.
just
So the QQQ,
you were saying the
oh, go
QQ.
ahead. The QQQ, it did pick up just slightly on the floor.
Trump speaks around 11:15 with the German chancellor. Hopefully, some good news is coming out of that. Let's see if Spy is following or who's leading today. Okay, so QQQ is leading Spy. Um, we're getting a little bit of a hookup, but I want to see more. More. I really want to see, the floor is at like 666. Yeah, 666.71. Thanks for the 0.71, or it'll be very devilish. But you get this floor back to like 69, 68, and flattening out. That's powerful.
Yeah.
Oof, not much happening for me today, Just cleaning up stuff to go on vacation here.
What's the temperature in New York right now?
I still got snow, but it's warmer now. I don't know what the temperature is it, but you
Like
know,
or high 30s, maybe something like that,
yeah,
probably.
something like that. Let me check. Hey Siri, what's the weather today? 37. Oh, mixed rain and snow
37.
today. Yeah, mixed rain and snow. Lovely.
So when you go to Mexico, it's going to be warmer there. I
Well,
would
first
imagine.
Memphis. I got to go to Memphis this week. I'm going for
Oh,
a
Memphis.
wedding in Memphis, and then I come back literally. I have one day to do like payroll and do some other things and repack, and then I fly to Cabo. Staying at
Gotcha.
some really nice hotels. That's what I'm excited about. I like staying at an old historical hotel, 4 or 5 star in Memphis and center of town. So, I'm going to sneak
Yeah.
away from the vegetarian food and go get me some good old, Midwest barbecue or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Make you laugh. So I'm in New York, all right, and I had a business out in Texas, and it's a boutique inside a hotel. So we used to sell cowboy hats, right, and all sorts of Texas paraphernalia. And back in those days, I'd always wear a suit. I'm in a suit every day, right? So I'm walking the trade show in a suit, and by the time I leave, I've got a cowboy hat. I've got one of those neckties. I got shotgun shell cufflinks, and I swear to God, if those boots were a little bit more comfortable, I'd had boots on too. When I got off the airport, my wife looked at me like, "What the hell happened to you?"
It's too funny.
So now, here's the other thing on an order flow side that I don't like for the shorts. If you spend a lot of time here and you're not getting rewarded, well, what's the obvious choice? Go check somewhere else. Well, if you're not getting rewarded on the downside, what are you going to check? You're going to check the top side, right? That doesn't mean we don't stop going down. They can check the top side, right? And say, I don't like that either. Let me go check the bottom again, right? So right now we're in a bit of it's just like classic. We went from a box, we went up to check. No, didn't like it. Came back to the box. We opened up at 9:30. We checked again at the top of the box, impulse zone. No, we don't like it. We took the same box step down, right? Okay, don't like it. They checked the low. Now they're coming back and they're balancing right underneath the previous box, right? They're going to check the low again, or they're going to check outside the box on the top. One or the other is going to happen sooner or later. We're just waiting to see which one it is, right?
You know, the way the OMM's showing it,
And
it's
checking the
just
low
a bear
again.
rally in
Yeah,
effect.
yeah. I do not disagree
Yeah,
with
it's
you.
just the bear rallies running. Slow bear rally. It's
Yeah,
in
look,
full
they're coming
effect.
back to check the lows. They're coming back to check the lows. Uh, Let me check SPY. Let me see if the floor gave us any hope. No, floor's still not giving me any hope. It's sliding down, right? We were at 666.71. Now we're
Yeah.
at 666.15. It's gradual, and that's the most painful ones. Is the little bit, and then you're like, what, 4 points? Yeah, that's how painful those little slow grinds can happen, right? Your PML is sitting around
Yeah,
70, 76. That would be a beautiful touch, even if it didn't pass, that'd be great. It would deflate some of the premium. When you're not in a spread, it's all about give me fat premium. The second you're in a spread, it's always about deflate the premium. Hurry up, deflate it, deflate it. It's always the case.
yeah,
Even like 10 seconds after you got in, and you're like, okay, pay me now, deflate it, right?
yeah,
Shoot in the opposite direction right now.
yeah, exactly. Where's my reward for being right?
Yeah.
It's like, hurry up.
And you know what? It happens often on 0 days, Within like 5 minutes, you see a great
Yeah,
reward, and that then causes bad habits.
yeah, yeah, it does. You get used to a quick win. The floor on QQQ is horrible.
Yep, that's what I've been telling you.
Really revising down. It's really bad. All this shows us is like on the QQQ, and it sounds like the SPY is the same thing, AVP. You're getting the same deal. All this shows us is that come later in the session, out this floor area, I mean, there's just more downside in front of us. So it's just, and it's painful right now too. It's not like just get the pain over. It's like, let me grind around.
That little study that I've been doing, I often see when we get like the high or the low, like right on the first 5 minute candle, right? We tend to go the opposite direction and really putter about making new lows. So we've made one, two, three,
Yeah.
three new lows, which is about right. I think the best we can
Yeah.
look at is possibly coming up to the open. Not much more than that, unless news comes, right. Uh, News catalysts happen all the time. Unless you're actively scalping, there's really nothing to do today. But be patient. 63 is the vector on the 760. That gets me to like 80 on the 80% band. And then on the 50% band, 92, which kind of brings us to back to the open, which would be lovely, lovely. We have overshot the 2% today.
Yeah, that happens.
Mm-hmm. On the 10 a.m. candle, we overshot and we created a new open state. Or did we? Was it open already? No, it's got a 2 on it, so it's fairly new.
It's just a new one. Yeah.
I swear to God, I need better glasses. I don't see any open states below that new one. I don't even see any clusters. It's in the last 50 days we've had nothing that showed anything down here. I think I'm going to go to, let's see, 200, 300 days. And let's see. Yeah, we're still at the 2%, and we've had one, two, three instances where we've gotten past, substantially past the um, the 2% and kind of stayed. Now I'm on the 760, so it stayed a few hours, is what we're saying, right? But
Yeah.
then we hit it above, right? So I mean, if we spend a few hours, below the 2% today, even tomorrow, and then we head up, as long as we get above that orange and start attacking the white, that's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
For what we're
Yeah.
playing,
Yeah.
it still works. It still works. The thesis isn't that
Yep.
broken, right? And now
No.
how I'm using fractals to support it is, I'm doing, for those of you who have it, go pull up a ES. I'm using ES. Let me use QQQ. I think that would be a fairer comparison. Let me look at QQQ. I often trade QQQ off of ES. That's just who I am. Russell's our in-house QQQ specialist, but I'm going to try to take a stab at it. Right, we're only gotten down to the 20%, right, on QQQ. Um, so we've still got some room for the downside on the 760. Your 673 is your vector. That's going to come down, right? That's going to come down. We just created an open state overnight at 591, 87. That's got a 3. We created another one. It looks like it's on the yellow line, so maybe overnight. But the 10% line, 20% line is 91. We've touched that. If I'm not mistaken, we've come close to touching it. So I only see one time that we got below, and it was for a whole day, and that was back. Let me put a date on this. 2/4, 2/4. We had like a tremendously down day, and we got all the way past the 2% line. Only one time in 50 days did we do that. And we putted out there. Let's just take a look at this here for a second. 2/3. What day of the week was that? Let me get a calendar. 2/3 was a Tuesday. Hey, look, it's a Tuesday today, right? And then we puttered down all the way to 2/5, which was a Thursday. And then we went from past -2, okay, to the Friday, just a rally. So, based on their terms, we went from a low of like 595 back to, let's just say a closing price of 610. So you would have been scared the entire week on that spread. And on Friday itself, you would have seen salvation, right? Even Thursday, for Wednesday
Yeah.
and Thursday was scary. But you could probably
Yeah.
see something similar this week. You could.
Yeah. They're scary, like in the midst of it right now.
Yeah.
And now is just a great time to get in them, if we resolve. But yeah, it's always scary because you like it's the unknown. Come Friday, where are we gonna be?
It's hilarious. I loaded up when I should have loaded up last week, and kind of eased up this week. But what it is, it's what it is. It's okay. It's okay. Because we are just crossing the orange, and I can smell the white coming up. And if we get to the white, I'm gonna
you
have
can
to
you
going
can
home.
see
Come
the
on, Russ,
finish lines right in
spice
front
it
of
up.
you.
You know, you're my absolutely cold calculating mathematician, right? I gotta warm you up a bit, you look at hard
Yeah.
numbers and that's it. You don't care. Show me the hard facts.
Yeah, I mean, when we're doing this, I've done so much foreign currency spread trading, it's not
Oh,
even funny. I
I
mean,
don't
just
touch that.
the
So think
money we
about
would
how.
rack in our settlements daily, it's
Yeah,
crazy. But AVP, it was better before back in the early 90s before they went all Eurodollar
Euro. Yes,
on
correct.
us.
110%.
Oh my God. It was like
You had stuff to
falling out
trade.
of the sky.
I know. And
Yeah,
this
now there's nothing to trade. You got like three things.
when I was
Yeah,
young,
yeah,
I had a kid, I had this friend of mine, right? And he was,
yeah,
he's in his 20s, and I'm like, what are you doing? He goes, yeah, I go to my dad's office and I'll trade FX. And he's driving around in a Mercedes GL, and I'm like, how the hell are you making that much money on FX, right? And then, now
yeah,
I'm in my 20s right now. You and I both know how old we are, right? And I'm like, holy crap. All you need is like you know, 30, 40 pips, and boom, Mercedes payment
yeah,
done, you know?
yeah. So one of the systems I built, we were doing FX trading on the market, plus we were actually dealing in physical currencies.
Yeah, physical currency
Talk
is
about
easy.
being
Right?
lucrative. Yeah, it's
Try,
just,
try
oh my
hauling gold
gosh.
around. Try hauling gold around. I didn't even have to go to the gym.
I don't know about gold. That's like so heavy.
I was carrying
Uh,
60 kilos all
yeah,
the time. I'm like, what the hell?
yeah,
That was hard. That was hard. To try to carry that kind of weight, and
yeah,
you might just be crossing the street from one office to the other office, right? But to look like you're
yeah,
carrying something effortlessly, you can't look like you're carrying a bricks of gold. You gotta pretend like it's like you're carrying a lunch, right? So you gotta have good amount of
yeah,
strength, but you get used to it. You get used to it because you do it every day. I mean, you're just literally crossing the street on 47th Street, but it's insane. It's insane. I'll never go back to doing
yeah,
stuff like.
yeah. Like you're carrying bags of concrete. It looks very suspicious, like you say, like, oh, you're gonna be robbed.
Yeah, yeah. Thank God, never got robbed. You know, we use mostly armored trucks, but
Yeah,
you're not going to do an armored truck to cross the street. It's damn expensive.
yeah,
You know what really sucked back then? You could still take cash payments, and you took cash payments. You do you do the currency reporting, right? Because you don't want that headache, right? But I remember
yeah,
one time I got paid something like $182,000 in 20s. Took me forever to count them.
yeah,
It took me like 6 hours, right? Because I would be off like by
yeah,
$40. So where's the two bills, right? You don't know which bundle. You gotta count them all again. And I lost it. I'm like, I don't care.
yeah,
We're buying a bunch of our cash counting machine broke. I'm like, we're buying multiple ones, not one. Those were the days, right? Now, hell, you give somebody,
yeah.
nobody wants cash at the deli. They're like, oh, credit card only.
You know, from a theft perspective, cards and stuff are better because then the employees and all
Oh
that,
yes,
you don't have people getting in
hundred
the
and ten
till
percent.
and dealing with that. So we had money centers, um, and, because we were dealing in physical currency, kinda like you're dealing in gold.
Yep.
People, even people that were,
Doesn't matter.
um, like good citizens, that
Yep. Yep.
doesn't
They
matter,
steal.
like, I was there forever, and and you know what she did? AB, she knocked
Tell me.
a hole in the wall. There's the cavities with the drywall and
Yep. Yep.
the cells, so she knocked a little hole, and she was skimming. And
Yeah.
just skimmed over years. Nobody suspected I knew this lady, she was nice. I was like, I never suspected.
I know. I
Uh,
know. I got stories. I got.
it's you know,
I used to
and
have
the
drop
way we
boxes.
found it was there was a remodel. Yeah, there's a remodel of the office, and they had to,
Yep.
redo the layout, and yeah,
Yeah, down a wall.
he had squirreled away over 40,000 nickel and
Yeah.
diming.
Yeah. I had an employee because I used to have lock boxes in all the stores, and they'd have to drop their drops in the evening. And then in the old days, the lock boxes had a metal plate that was like triangularly cut so that it would catch when you
Yeah,
tried to pull it up, right? But these people were patient. I'm like, I had to go back in the cameras, and they're sitting there fishing for like 6 hours to get an envelope out a drop. And then they skim the envelope, reseal it, and then drop it back. So it looks like that employee shorted it, not them. It's insane the length that
yeah,
people go to. Uh,
yeah,
I think over the course of
yeah,
my different businesses, I've had maybe 2 to 3,000 people at different times working for me, right? That went through the entire system. So, and predominantly, my organizations are like 98, 99% women run. You know, in fact, in senior leadership,
yeah,
I'm the only male surrounded by women. They were good.
yeah,
They were good. Every one of them were good workers. So they were intelligent. They really knew how to do things.
yeah.
Okay, we're back at the overnight
We
POC here. We're back at the overnight POC.
yeah,
We're at the we're at the midpoint between the slightly over the midpoint of the white and orange. We always know the middle is always nice, but I want to see them attack that. Very few times, I think less than 10 to 15% of the time do we take out the overnight high and the overnight low. I don't think we get to the overnight high. The overnight high was 68.86, but I would love to see a new HOD, right? High of the day, right? Which means we take out 94. And if we take out 94, uh, we have got a good chance to cross that white line. And then what you want to so the problem we have right now is the white line is going to be resistance. So our job, the buyer's job is to get over the resistance. Once you get over the resistance, you'd love a test back and a hold. And if you test back and hold, that gives you more confidence that that line can hold. And then once you start crossing, me in particular, I'm going to look to lighten my exposure because I got a little heavy this morning for the Black Swan event. And I'll look foolish on Friday because they'll all expire worthless. But, everybody has their own peace of mind that they want.
yeah. Right now, well, if this black swan wasn't happening, we
No
have
brainer.
better than a 90% chance of being over the white line Friday at close. But with the Iran thing, a little dicey. It's kind of dicey on that.
So to be honest with you, what I really want to get rid of is my 99 98s if I can. Hold on to my 96s, 95s. My 90.
Yeah.
Get into the 90. Hold on. I don't think I got this.
You know, it's interesting, AVP for how much fear's in the market and IV's elevated.
It's not that
Those
bad. It's not that
I
bad.
know,
For the amount
and
of
that's what I was
fear,
gonna point out. It's
okay?
like it's not like you lose your shirt on this stuff, right?
I've
It's
had
really not.
presidents pass gas the wrong way in the market crash. You know, this is
Yeah,
nothing.
yeah,
Nothing. You've had
no,
pullbacks on CPI that were worse, right? Compounding over a few
yeah,
days, or a bad multiple bad ERs, tanking us 300-400
yeah,
points. This isn't bad. This isn't bad. It feels
no,
bad. It
no,
feels
it's
bad, but it
yeah,
isn't bad, right? And the funniest
no, it's
thing is,
not.
because I'm doing back testing, I'm looking at pricing like in September and October. I'm like, we still haven't reached those prices yet. You know, we're still above those prices.
Yeah,
You know, it's
yeah,
like crazy,
yeah,
right? I mean, somebody said to me, we need to break out or we need to really seriously pull back. This is boring, right? Because look, August, the price was around 6,300. It's only $400 lower, but that's August, right? October, we were at 67.39. We're at 67.7. We were at 67.20 this morning. So you got into late October levels, right? If you're long from the beginning of last year, you're not worried. You're not worried, right? You got long, because there's people who bought and they're just sitting and they're not panicking because they see drawback, but they're still green, right? It's the late people that are panicking, right? The one who bought 2 weeks ago because they're like, oh my God, we're going to go to 8,000 right now, Those are the guys who are
yeah,
panicking.
yeah,
It's beautiful.
yeah. Then it gets
Beautiful.
scary. And on the cues, the price action, it's really thinking about that white line now. It grabbed our orange. It's really thinking about that thing.
Oh, it's important we get there. To me,
Yeah. Mathematically, that white line, as we've seen in the last 2 weeks, um, you know, a kind of magical white line. It's just, well, nothing magical about it. It's just a mathematical number. And I'll tell you, VP, I don't know when people can't develop numbers, the math, trading, holy smokes, very hard. It's just people just, you end up just really
you have to be
guessing.
proficient in the poison you pick, right? If you're going to be a spread trader, you have to become proficient in understanding how the underlining affects your premium, right? If you can't see that, you're doing yourself a dysfunction, right? You got it. Like I told you right from the get go, get over the white line. I got bells ringing, right? From yesterday's bit, uh, we get above that red line. I'm not at zero, but if you're at $2, you're gonna be at $1.30. Once you cross like 601, and that's what you want. That's what you want. And you got to also understand that the QQQ is better, but SPX, they mess with you. They mess with you. Right now, I'm watching it go from negative, paying me, okay, on a debit spread, okay, to how are you going to close out my contract? They're not going to because they want to harass you into doing a market order and getting a stupid fill. So you're going
Yeah.
to wait for the volatility to actually die down, and you just got to keep playing with limit orders till you get filled.
Yeah. Yeah.
I re- I really need to see them go attack 90. I don't like the fact that they go so close and they don't attack it. That's just a pullback scenario. I want to see them make, and then I could say, okay, we've got a cemented balance zone at least, right, and a potential attack to the high side on order flow, right. So ideally, you take out 67, 92, 93 area. And then once you start getting over 6,800, right? And we're in striking range, $25. I mean, we just came from, no man's land, right? To here, $25 isn't substantial over the next hour or so. And did you notice something else? We started to kind of get better right after London closed. London was just anybody who made their money, they're adjusting positions and what have you. They're going out for dinner. They don't want to be bothered. They want to adjust their positions, and that's what we saw this morning. Now we're getting a breath here, but again, they got to stay in an attack formation to this 99 area on QQQ. Really got to get above that 99 600 area. I'm
Yeah,
in.
and this spread, the 600 by 595, that looks really nice, It's a really good histogram on it, a really good pattern. Uh and you'd think the 607, so I have the
I'm gonna
607 by
interrupt you.
60.
I'm gonna
Oh yeah, go
interrupt.
ahead.
You want to know why? Because we finally got a floor on SPY that's curling up, and we've crossed and tangled into the PML. Exactly what you were looking for and what I was looking for. The problem is if it tangles up in this PML, right, and does not break free to the top side, it could go back and
Yeah.
check low. That's the and you're gonna like this even better. On QQQ, red line has overtaken the uh, the green line. And unlike before, when I was telling you that I liked the red line chasing the lime green line, we have the opposite. We have lime green going down, we have red going up. We're only at like 70. We can get up to like a buck and a quarter, buck 50 easy. So we've got potential to the upside. The only thing I don't like on QQQs is that the floor hasn't revised up. On SPY, it has revised up, but we are now trying to break away from the PML. The PML was at 595.69, and on our QQQs, we're at 98, so we've clearly broken it, right? I think we'll see an update pretty soon. Sorry to interrupt you, but I know you wanted to hear that.
Oh yeah, no problem. Fucking
There it goes, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Ay, 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 ay. I didn't fill on one contract that I really wanted to fill on. I had uh, I had 8984s, and they got there. I missed it like by 10 cents. I was a little too greedy on those, but that's okay. If it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be. My God, 30 cents spread. That's ridiculous on SPX. I mean, these are further out of the money, like $100 out of the
yeah.
money, but still, 30 cents spread, 40 cents spread. That's stupid for SPX.
Yeah, they're trying to do it so people don't make very much money. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
It's
yes.
like it's like kind of a rigged
You
game,
mark an
right?
order, and you only make a nickel, right? And you start
Yeah,
cursing a lot. You have to be
yeah,
very patient with this stuff. The exits, the
yeah,
entries.
yeah.
Oh,
All right,
somebody's
so
adding me. In 200 days, Friday over Friday, we've never exceeded the 2% red band line. SPX 69.9176 selling price. I Milk, I passed you, buddy. I passed you. I sold 65.45s. I'm going to close those out pretty soon. I sold yesterday too early. I sold 6700s, 95. So those should be fine as well. But yeah, yeah. Let's see what Rob Moose is talking about. Definitely some premium there. Yeah. No, J bands. It's a little challenging, right? How many dollars of SPY PML we tend to reject historically? I don't have an answer for you, brother. What I do know is the basic thing that you really have to understand when you look at the PML is the interaction between price and PML. So typically, let's say we're coming from below, the idea is it's resistance from below. You tap it, and then you're trying to say, now what? Okay, I've tapped it. Now PML can start hugging it and won't let it go for the life of it. You're in chop. Okay, or you can punch through it like we did. Right, it'll show up in about 3 minutes, and when you punch through it, then becomes the opposite. The PML now becomes resistance. We're tapping it from the top, and it becomes, you know, it could still hug it, right? So you get a little bit of both on that. What you want to do is you want to see a clear breakout above the PML. Okay, that's what we wanted to see. Let me pull up a QQQ. Let me see if I can see an updated one. Yeah, I can see it here. Let me see if I can take a picture and put it in for you. You know, the only thing better in this picture is I wanted to see the floor come up. Okay, that would have been the icing on the cake. Okay, that would have been the icing on the cake. So I'm not worried about how much distance there is. I'm looking at the pattern here, and the pattern I'm seeing, okay, is we're breaking out of it. Okay, great. Can it come back and touch it? Absolutely, right? But we want two things if you're bullish. You want it to stay above the PML, number one. Number two, you want it to have distance. You don't want it to get tied up. And you want to see the PML turn around and chase the price. Okay? You see how it chased the price down? And then finally it wicked, you saw the price turn up and go attack it? Well, I don't want that to happen now. I want the price to keep on going higher. So if we do get entangled, I'm above the white line, right? That's the key bit of it. That's the key bit of using OMMs, right? Is to see what it's telling you, not what you want to see, but what's it telling you, right? If you're looking at the bottom right hand chart, 599, our QQQs are at 90.23. We're tapping it, right? And you just want to keep going. You want to keep going over that, and you want it to make it so that now the white line is your support line, not your resistance line. That makes sense. Same concept with PML. You're above it. You want to make sure that PML is supporting your bullishness, right? If you're bullish, right? The way it does is it starts to chase the price, but the price continues to go up and doesn't go down, right? Because if it's lower, price can turn around and price looks to eventually go meet the PML eventually, right? So there's only two ways that could happen. Either the PML goes to the price, or the price goes to the PML, or a combination of both of them, right? So the higher these numbers are, the better they are for my spreads, right? Don't worry about buffers, right? Don't worry about buffers, right? You'll see it. You'll see it. Like in the picture I showed you, there's a clear thing. There's no real like 50 cents or a dollar. There might be. I haven't paid that much attention to it. We pay attention to the floors and the ceilings because when they revise, you could be in positive exposure. So you want to kind of know what's the range where your antennas have to go up, and you really got to say, hey, let's pay attention here, right? For me personally, and Russell will speak better to this, no, I'm not that focused on that. You'll know when it's tangled up. You'll see it. You'll know when it's going up and checking, right? When you get like a flat zipper line, you can kind of see it on the top. You could see like there was a little zipper of a PML, uh, and then you could see it trying to check things like that, right? But hey, do you have OMMs, and are you pulling them? Let me know. What do you see? Look at this. This is not what I wanted to see. Okay, white line is still saying I'm I'm going to be resistive, right? Now, rule of threes. Okay, three hits, three good solid hits. Not like right a minute later, but three times you check it, the third time we should break over. So I really want them to keep on attacking that white line and breaking through, right? You saw it on the orange line on the way down. We hit, we came off, we hit, we came off, we hit, we went through. On the way up on the orange line, we hit, pull back, hit, pull back. And then on the third 15-minute line, we broke through, right? So now this is the second time we've hit the white line from the bottom, and it's held. So we can have a pullback, and then at some given point, we'll look to go attack it again. That's all it is. That's all it is. Gotta forgive me. I've got one foot out and one foot in, so I'm looking at bags saying I should be packing, and I'm looking at the market saying I should be trading. Never good when you're distracted. That's kind of like why I'm here and explaining. Something happened here, okay? Probably news. This is a really nice downward candle. What changed the momentum? Well, one was a trigger. We hit that white line, right? So obvious resistance, pullback point, right? But I wonder if there's something else underneath it. I shut off my news. Let me turn that back on. I like the fact that Germany is reinforcing that the dollar is king.
IMF scan says it's natural that there is reduction of dollar exposure after high levels in recent years.
Okay.
And the US military says it has carried out 1,700 strikes against Iran since the operation started on Saturday.
This is how news works. So it just came, bombs went off in Dubai, right? That could, I'm speculating, could be your dip right there. Then you have a bounce, right? Well, why the bounce? Because probably it'll come out in a few minutes or so. Nothing really happened, right? Minor, didn't really affect it, right? So these are the kind of things that are going to just drive you crazy, crazy this week. That's why Russell is so disciplined. I'm not, in shutting off the news and playing the levels. He spends his time creating mathematical probability lines, and then he specializes in understanding the relationship of price to those lines. When you do that, you're playing data which has folded into it all of this nonsense that you see on TV, right? It's folded in, right? CPI, PPI, FedGov speaking, Chancellor speaking, White Swan events, all of that is swept into the data, right? It causes patterns. But what ends up happening is us as human traders, right? Not algorithms, us as human traders, we tend to get emotional when we hear the news. Bomb goes off. Oh my God, we're going to hell, right?
So again, hearing reports
All
up to
right.
residents report hearing sounds of blasts.
Yeah, that's what I said. Now tell me nothing happened, because we're pumping again. We're pumping again, and what are we doing? We're hitting the white line, right? Remember what I told you? Rule of threes, maybe fours, right? Eventually, we've got to check on the other side of it. I'm not going to explain the charts because there's so much in the fractals that even I get overwhelmed, about it. So OMMs I can explain OMMs, but you're asking me to just tell you everything. Be specific, Isaac. Tell me what you want to know about OMMs. If you give me a specific thing, I have the time and patience right now to explain it, right? Patience not against you, but sometimes when you're in the market, you're in stuff, you lose your patience with the market, not you. But if you.
According to a blog, Google says introducing Gemini 3.1 flashlight.
Let me reduce that. Just can't remember what he said about how to read it. Okay, be specific. How to read the floor, how to read the ceiling, how to read the PML. I want to help you, right? But I don't want an open-ended question, right? How to read it, there's like 50 different ways to read it depending on your perspective, right? Give me a specific, and I can answer that thoroughly for you, right?
She just knocked my shoe off my foot so she could have it.
All right, who wants to talk to me? Look at that. Who's ATG? I think that's you, brother. ATG Alpha. I'm not sure that's you. I'm gonna mute you anyways. There you are. Somebody muted you. Okay, pretty much. I think I remember Russell saying he watches the bread right. Okay. See, that's a very specific thing. I can answer that for you. You want QQQ or you want SPY? Pick one, and I will read it right now, the best I can. Okay, QQQ. All right, let's go. If you guys have it, run one now. Okay, so we're looking at the same thing. Isaac, I see you running it. Okay, give me a second. Brain freeze there. Okay, just running QQQ. Okay, specifically, what we're looking at is you're looking at the red line and you're looking at the green line. Okay, and I can't see what you're typing, so let's do one thing. Let me unmute you, Isaac. Unmute yourself and just answer me, please. This way I can answer your questions. If I zoom in on this, I can't see the chat.
Yeah, I got you.
You're looking at the red line and you're looking at the green line. Okay, the
Right.
red line is right at 0.75. Okay, and the green line is right around 0.5. The green line. Those are the only two lines that I really know how to read properly. The pink and the dark green line, they have value. we're going to let Russell explain that, okay? But if you see right now, we're bullish. We're bullish on the OMM because if you look up top, we're above the PML, right? What I don't like is the sloping floor, okay? But that you just say more volatility to the downside. But let's put that to the side. If you're looking at the bottom and if you're looking to the left, you see that we're at the 0.75 line. Well, we get up to 3.75. We've got up way up there. Sorry, 1.75 and 2.0 this week, right? So it's not unrealistic to say we're going to reach one. So that means we still have gas in the tank to go up. It's not unrealistic to say we could get to $1.25 or even $1.50, right? So the zone right now for me is between 1 and 150, 1 and 160. Okay, and you can see where I'm getting those levels right on the OMM graph. Okay, so
Right.
when I keep pulling this, I want to continue to see this go up. Here's another benefit that wasn't the benefit for the downside before. If you look at the same line today, you saw that the red line was chasing the green line and then it overtook it. The lime green line isn't chasing the red line, it's going sideways, right? So, you still need the lime green line to overtake the red line. So one of few things can happen, right? Lime line catches up, red line comes down, or they kind of both meet, right? But right now, I see gas in the tank to the upside. What else do I see? I see us knocking on the white line. We just keep knocking. Hello, you there? They want to break it. That's the gas, right? You get that, you get over a hurdle. It's like this, okay? If you're holding back the tide and you break, it just doesn't start to trickle, it flows. If you start having small cracks, yeah, the water trickles. But if it just totally collapses, you get that big push, right? And that's what we're going to decide here. Are we going to trickle through this line, okay, this white line? Are we just going to break through it with force, take it out? Or is it going to hold? Is it going to hold? That's the really critical moment right now in determining what's going to happen to our spreads or to SPY price action, right? And it could take its time, right? It's been so violent all day, all night, that it could take its time to make this decision. We're coming into lunch in 18 minutes, right? It could be 1 o'clock before you see this prevail, right? That part I don't know, and that's why you keep on pulling the OMMs every so often, and why they're so powerful, because it's giving you like mini briefings on what it's thinking, right? Then it's up to you to analyze what it's thinking and apply your thesis to it, right? That's the key. That's the key. So, I just ran one at 1140. I ran one at 1137. 1140 didn't show much of a change, right? But we don't really see much of a change in the price. Does that answer your question? Can answer me?
Yeah, man. That clears it up. Thank you.
Okay, no worries. And listen, you can ask this 10 times. As long as you're willing to put in the work, okay? You're just not relying on other people to just spoon feed you. As long as you're willing to put in the work and ask intelligent questions, this community is so good about helping you. And don't think it's a one-way street. I learned stuff from a lot of people. There's a kid who I can't pronounce his name, so I'm not going to do it. But he made the video the other day. He had a great day. I was talking to him. I learned something. The learning is a two-way street, and it's a never-ending street, right? Look at this. Remember I told you we have a chance to break through? Look what it's doing right now. Now I see it on order flow, and I see, boom, impulse, right? They're really trying to check this out, right? They're pushing hard here. And now the moment of truth is coming. They're right up against it. Now I see a different picture in order flow. If you're one of Milkman T's You're seeing the things that he's teaching, the things he's preaching. Or if you're just an order flow person in general, you can see right here that they went from microzone to microzone. Now it's a little bit of balance. They're catching their breath. Now you have to understand, did the buyers run out of ammunition, or are the sellers not willing to participate? Are the buyers stronger? All of these little complicated things will play out underneath the scene, and then it'll form your 5 minute or 15-minute candle, right? But look, right there, this new 15-minute candle, we're now starting to break above the white line. Just what OMMs was showing us, right? So, how would you use this, right? If I was long on QQQ, which I wish I was right now, I scalped it for 20 cents, but that sucker is holy cow. Bought it for 39 cents. I took 20 cents. It's at $1.52. I'm paper hand, okay? And look, impulse move right here. I see it underneath. Okay, I told you they went balance, impulse stuff. They're like, we got a little bit more juice. Let's go check higher. You're seeing it. You're seeing it right now. You see it on the QQQ. It's coming up, right? It's coming up beautifully, beautifully, okay? All of a sudden, I was, nervous this morning, okay? And one, two, three of my spreads are green right now, okay? And the others are like within 30 cents of being green, right? They were $1.20 red this morning, right? And if you added to it, good, take some off right now if you don't like the exposure. Or just take it off and say, I'll take a base hit. You will not go broke hitting base stops. Your R&R is, look, you saw it broke. It broke. Remember I told you it was either going to try to trickle through with the cracks or it was going to break it. This is an example of it breaking. Okay? Now, on any test back, it needs to be support. If it cannot be support, we've got a problem. Remember what I told you? I wanted to see a touch of the open, and then I wanted to see 6,800. Okay? God damn, why am I talking? I should be trading. It's because I'm about to go on vacation. That's why. I always screw up before I go on vacation. So, but you could see this right here, and right now, I'm starting to see I'm so close to getting these things. We come back up to the next line, right? Where we break up and we get it to like 602, 604, 605, and bells will go off on great fills for me for exits, right? Expect a pullback. Expect a pullback. Why? Because when you have impulse moves, they need to settle, right? Is there buyer's remorse, right? Was I too hasty? It needs to take out the weak hands, the FOMOs, right? The people who are like, oh my God, I missed it. I got to go in, right? Well, the market says, yeah, you're a weak hand. I'm going to take you out, right? That's your pullbacks. That's your pullbacks. And then there's other things that happen. But if you get a pullback, I'm not nervous. I'm nervous if we get underneath the white line again, right? Because that means we checked above and they didn't like it. And then you don't know. It might check up again, but that's how you're reading the OMMs. That's how you're reading the price lines. Now, you guys aren't seeing this, but if you're an order flow trader, you're seeing potentially right here the buyer's aggression met with seller's aggression. And, the buyers are offside at certain places because they put a lot of effort and they're no longer above that point, right? Now, in order flow, you're going to see that. On this candle, you're not going to see that. You're not going to see that at all, right? That's why it takes a series of tools. And it depends on what you're trading in your timeline, which tools you use. And oh my God, look at this, okay? Isaac's going to vouch for me that I'm not lying. We just tapped the ceiling on QQQ, okay? Well, what happens when you tap the ceiling? Reversion. Well, what just happened? Reversion. You getting it?
Ashkari says elevated headline inflation bears watching given recent inflation at Ashkari says reform monetary policy was in good place. The US-Germany relationship has been very strong. Currently speaking of that, we do have video on the piece that's interesting. And Trump said he and Germany will be talking about Iran.
Hello?
Hi.
As Ashkari says, it's meant to see how big and long the Iran shock will be.
Quick question.
Who is this?
It's Jay Bands.
Jay Benz. Talk to me.
Okay, yeah. So some niche questions. Just about the PML specifically. Do you reference the slope of the PML? Does that hold any significance to you?
Yes and no. Look, what happened with the PML? The PML just tanked, right? I'm not the one to answer that properly when in reference to the slope, right? There might be something to it. I never paid attention to it, so I'm not proper to answer that. What I do like right now, what the PML is showing is there's a clear divergence, right, between that. Now, this is the part that I don't like. We hit the ceiling, unless the ceiling revises or unless we just kind of keep bumping into the ceiling here. And I have no problem spending a lot of time here in the ceiling, okay? I'd love it if we were there and it revised because, premium is dying. But if we're going to go back, we have to go substantially lower to go catch the PML, right? And ultimately, price will go out and seek out PML. So I don't like the bullish case when, okay? Oh, look at this. Yeah, I don't like the bullish case here right now. I don't. Not on the OMMs. Those of you who can pull the OMMs, pull the OMMs. You'll see that instead of going up, the red line dropped down to 0.25, right? Now you can revise back up, but that's not what I wanted to see. I wanted to see it keep trickling up. Okay? So me not seeing that, that's not good. That's not good. That's giving me warning signs that says, hey, maybe for the moment you want to choke up on your green stops, right? Now, SPY is still going up. Okay, so could it be a fluke reading this or that? I'm paying attention right now to the OMMs on QQQ to see if that line revises, right? And it did revise. It revised back up. Okay, fluke happens. These things happen, right? So you got to keep checking things, right? We're back up. We're still bullish. And what happened? What happened just now? Ceiling revised up. It said, "Yeah, come on up. I'm going to give you a little bit more breathing room. Come on up, right? If you want, right? That's the dangerous part of the ceiling right now. It's not capping. It's giving it room. Okay? It's giving it room. That's important. Like, for example, the ceiling is 282 and we're at 600. I just wanted to see what it was before when I ran it. Just a few minutes ago, right? The ceiling, that's SPY. Let me go to QQQ. The ceiling was at 617, and now the ceiling is at 602.82. That's a huge $4.82 revision up. They're telling you something. Come on up. I'm giving you room to breathe, right? This is the powerful part about it. So now, if I'm in the QQQ long call, right, I'm choking up a little bit, but I'm also moving up my target. Okay? I'm moving up my target because it's telling me, look, if you're telling me I can go to 282, I know I can get to 182, right? Okay, and I'm at 599.93. I'm at 600, so I still got another approximately $2 to go to the upside, right? Well, if you're at a 50 delta, that's $1 more on your premium, okay, that you can get from where you are, right? So that's how OMM is super, super powerful, but it comes with a warning. It's addictive, okay? Sometimes when I don't have OMM, I feel like an idiot. I feel like an idiot, right? Because it gives you such powerful information. It gives you powerful information that allows you to gut check yourself at key moments. Well, we're at a key moment. We're above this 599. We've been trying to get here since orange, right? Now we're here. Is it? The other day, it told us, and I'm kicking myself yesterday. Russell showed it. We don't have any more gas left. High probability that if minimum we pull back, but more, right? And I'm like, I had 50 cents on all my spreads. I should have been exiting because I should have known better. I know in these times, very good chance that I can get back into my original entry, if not a better entry, right? I should have taken off something and left something on the table. That's my personal style of trading. And I second guessed myself and I didn't do it. That's okay. Not losing. Overall, I'm net green on my position. And, two of my positions are green. Two of my strikes are, 20 cents, 25 cents red. Not the end of the world. Not the end of the world. Right? And remember, I adjusted down 599. We're at 600. I'm out of the money. Out of the money, theta helps me. In the money, theta does not help you. Okay? Just so you know that when you're trading spreads, out of the money, theta depreciates. In the money, theta appreciates. Just so you understand, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. I just had a quick follow-up question about what you were talking about, right? So let's say you're only trading SPY or QQQ. How do you reference them in tandem if the ceiling
Patterns,
differences differ?
patterns. Okay. Look at Russell's chart right now. Look at the comp and look at the SPY. Okay. We're hitting the green line. Where are you on SPY? You're at the market open Monday line, correct? Right? So how do you do it? You correlate patterns. Okay? You correlate patterns, right? I'm looking at ES, okay? Remember I was telling you 6,800 for these are important numbers? That was my correlation to the market open, correct? That was my correlation to surpassing, right? The high of the day was, the 92, 93 area. That was my correlation to get above QQQ 599. Does that make sense? Right? So you're using reference points to correlate it, and then you're saying, well, one leads the other. What did I see in QQQ? What did I see in that? If one is showing that it's starting to reverse and the other one hasn't, and it's been leading, then you know that more than likely, unless there's severe divergence, it's going to follow, right? It's just like you following me in a car, right? We both know the destination. Sometimes you're ahead of me, sometimes I'm ahead of you. Sometimes, I slow down and you speed up, but eventually we catch up, right? We're going in the same direction, right? That's kind of what it is, right? I think Russell's back.
We'll see what happens in around. But first, we have to finish off the minute.
Yeah, I got back again. Looks like we got above our white line.
I know.
So
And the red
that's
line.
good.
That's great.
And the red line.
Now it's got to hold.
Very, very magical stuff that goes on, isn't it?
No, that voodoo
Oh,
that you do, nobody
the,
knows how you do it.
the voodoo math. Yeah. Funny how that worked. Now notice that SPY, we tapped the market open Monday, March 2nd. I mean, we came up to the line. So if you're trading these calls, like, AVP and I, how we're talking about, if we can maintain the orange line, get back above it, if we can get to the white line, get back above it, blah, blah, blah. Notice on the call, the 600, I'd marked the spread white line earlier this morning. So
That was,
when we break
that was
out
your
of the
target.
floor market, that's the target. There you go. So if you think it's not possible to trade from 40 cents to for $2,
No.
I think
32
again.
cents. 32 cents. Let's make it right.
That's low.
Make it
Yeah, you
right,
got you low.
okay?
Like yesterday, yeah, my nephew and I showed him trading. Yesterday was his first day trading 17. Never traded before. We were trading options, of course, derivatives.
Sure.
And so some of these things, we might have a low of 10, like that put trade very at the end of the day. We took that trade, of course. Low of 11. We were in at 14. So we're 3 cents off the low. The only way we can do all this stuff is by developing these values, right? I mean, literally this floor margin, when we marked it, if you're buying down in there, I mean, you're right, AVP, you could literally get it at that low by marking this stuff. And it's work. I'm not saying it's not work. It's a lot of work
Well,
marking
what is
it.
it work, right? What is it work? I'm
I
lucky
know.
I do most of the drawings, okay? Everybody send him a Crayola set. Let him draw away, you know?
Yeah.
Half the people don't even know what Crayolas are. You get
Oh,
here's 17-year-olds going, what's a Crayola?
my wife's calling the boss.
I used to love those boxes. They had the built-in sharpener. You get like a box of 60 and you'd be like in heaven. I lose you, Russell? Or you just stopped talking to me?
Just reiterating that he thought we were going to be attacked by Iran. Says again just that Iran was getting ready to attack Israel and others. Just reiterating something from his Truth Social earlier, saying that we have unlimited middle and upper ammunition.
Okay. Sorry, I should have had my myself on mute. Can you guys hear me? Anybody?
It's Kashkar. It says it is time.
Uh, mic check. Anybody hear me? Okay, good. Thanks, Chris. OMMs are showing something really beautiful right now, right? Let me go over QQQs. So the floors come up, okay? The ceiling is giving us a little bit of room. Now it's just saying, okay, I gave you room, but that's about it. Price is going up, but what I like even better is that the PML is going up. Remember, it was sliding down. Now it's caught up, and now it's going to, in my humble prediction, chase the green price up, right? And then it's going to act like a support, right? While it's chasing it up. Once it starts to tangle, that's when you need to start asking better questions, right? But we are at like 0.85 on the OMM on the red line on the QQQ. I can see us getting to one for certain, 125 more likely, 150 is a good zone. Outlier coming into 175. If we get up to 175, you're looking to take your chips off, right? Not that it can't keep going, but good chance that, hey, we'll have a revision pullback before we go down. Looking at SPY, same bit. We're at like 1.6 on the volume on the red line. We can definitely get to 2.5. And then between 2.5 and 3 is that zone that I'm looking to say, okay, I really got to see what it wants to do because we've gone above to like 3.25 twice. Yesterday we did it, right? That's why yesterday when we were coming up to 3.5, Russell was like, yeah, I think we're done. And he was 110% right. 110% right. So that's my read for now. Hope it helps you guys. Oh, and we had QQQ revise up, and now I see SPY just hinting. That's not doing it, but it's curling up. So if we press the upside and it wants to give you more room, fantastic. You saw in Milk's charts that that's already reflected. After that, it's hinting at a little bit of a push up, right? Maybe, right? Flat for sure, but maybe just a little bit up. But if it comes and is up with like QQQ did with like a 2 point raise up in the ceiling, that gives a lot of room for us to try to get up there.
is asking about these line angles, and put in there over the years, man, I've checked like all kinds of stuff with line angle, and it's just a temporary thing. Like a moving average, it can point up, it can point down, and it does it for whatever amount of time, and then it changes again. I could do it for a month, but I haven't really. It's not like it points up at 45 degrees and then you can say, okay, at 45 degrees it lasts for like 3 weeks. It does, sometimes it doesn't. So angular, there's an angular velocity that occurs, and it just, like everything in the market, it varies. There's no there's kind of like rules of thumb, if something's pointing up, it's going up. If it's pointing down, it's going down, but it's not, and you can measure time on that. Because with angular velocity, it comes time, like, it might be like 3 minutes one time and 10 minutes the next that something falls in line. But just like on the QQQ live, if you look at the QQQ 1 minute, you could see that the angular velocity, like that vector line, started moving up, that white line, right? Well, sometimes it moves up a lot, sometimes it moves up a little. It just is whatever the market dishes out. So it's not, and you can measure it and say, well, on average, it moves up for 20 minutes or 30 minutes or 5 minutes or 2 minutes. Every time it goes to move, is it going to move to average, below average, above average? It's always the same question. But with that said, there are hard and fast rules. If you look at the OMM, the floors, the ceilings, those are like hard and fast rules. They can't really, it's because we're trading and we're finding derived values out of trading up and down the market. So here we intersected margin. I put it in the call. You can see the outcome. We went up on the put, same gig, threw it in up here, or margin, pulled back, inverse, of course. So that's like more of a hard rule. We can't really drop beneath floor, and we can't really go above ceiling. Only on the positive, it's negative exposure for the floor, but I just call it positive exposure for the floor, positive exposure for the ceiling. It's basically the same thing. It's outperforming what was expected. But so those are hard and fast rules, and then soft rules are like angular velocity, how long running on top or below some form of an angle, whether it's a moving average, vector line, linear regression, CFFT, fast Fourier transform, whatever, the poison. Now, what is important with an angle is on the OMM, if you look at the bottom of the OMM graph, that light green, the light green and the red line, those need to be pointed up. So the light green needs to be pointed up for a bear rally and the red for a bull rally. That has to be the case. So they have to be pointed up. It's a hard rule. Then for a bear rally, the light green has to be above all the other lines in the bottom of the graph. For a bull rally, the red has to be above all the other lines. For a bullish rally to be sustained, so those are hard rules. The market does have some hard rules to it. The OMM is one of them. It looks like we have the potential of more rally, the bulls to continue the rally. I'm looking at OMM on the left side. We have a higher peak. Marked it up. So what time are we? 12:17. So on the professional's desk, I just posted the bottom part of OMM. We have a peak on the left, a higher significant peak. We have some smaller lower peaks. There is not significant. They're noise. The significant peaks are the ones that went up and then rolled over. If you look far right, you'll see our red line, which means we're in a bullish rally right now. Bulls are trying to carry it. And we have a variance, a spread between circled red line with the little red arrow to the far right pointing up. And that implies there's more upside available in the bull rally. So at 12, when did I do this? 12:17 p.m. You have to watch the OMM and for achieving that line on the left. As we achieve the line on the left, that means that the price action is peaking. And for any more upside, it has to, as you see on the left-hand side, we have to successfully break above that red line. On the OMM again, it's showing, I posted it, showing that differential. So if we can knock out that differential to the red line, that means there's more upside. All right, we're getting some reaction that in an OMM, this out of the way. What I like to do is when we're getting movement is check it or to place our line. We are we're still underneath. Have a little ways to go.
Russell, are you there? I was about to leave and go do payroll and stuff, but damn, look at this, boys and girls. You know, and we were back just recently at the white line, orange line, and then the white line, and everybody's like, "What's going on with the white line?" And look at exactly what had happened. We checked above, we checked below, we danced around the white line, looking for support for what 6 15-minute candles, so an hour and a half, and then launch. You know, and this is fantastic. It gives us enough room to get away from our 600s that we have a little cushion to come back on, if that makes sense. What do you think, Russell? You there?
Yeah. Here, I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you.
So
Yeah.
yeah, so so that's why it's called spread monster, right? You can
Yeah, it's a
see the
monster.
last couple weeks, even when we have an outlier
Yeah.
week, like we're kind of having, find our values. Like it, and the spreads are really powerful.
Yeah.
Again, we used to, when I was building systems for some different, businesses, we're doing spreads. And I mean, the settlements were everyday outrageous.
We're we're about 100 points away
So,
from your comp line, and the
and
comp
they kind of take a
line.
while to understand, right? It's
Yeah.
not real
Oh,
kind
I'm
of
still
like
taking a while.
understood how they roll.
I look at spread monster. I look at the sinusitis. Like I'm overwhelmed, right? Even now, it's not easy. But once
So
you
at
get it,
1217, we had
I don't
this
think he hears me.
potential for more upside, and you can see how it's playing out now. So I marked it. That was a little bit ago, 1217. So hour and a half ago. So anybody could have had plenty of time to position for the move.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yeah, I can
Okay.
hear you.
Yeah, sometimes it went out. What I was saying is, even now when I look at the spread monster, I mean, come on, it's like,
It's
it
100%
overwhelms,
ridiculous.
it overwhelms you, right? You're like, okay, can you see the flat line? Which goddamn line is flat? I can't see shit. You know, but
So I showed
once you get it,
it,
you get it. It's so powerful.
yeah.
It's so powerful.
Yeah, once you get it, you can unsee it. So on Friday, I was kind of showing, the cursory, what to look
Yeah.
for, what to do. When you break it down, it's kind of simple, really. It's doing all the math and it's reflecting back what it finds.
I did a
Not
back of
be
the
totally
napkin.
understood.
I did a back of the napkin study real quick, right? Because I really don't want to get into too many more trades. Because when your mind is one foot out the door, you always mess up, right? So I'm just kind of managing trades, so a little bit more time just mucking about here. And I did a back of the napkin trade analysis, right? And 50% of the time we are lower on Tuesday open than we are on Monday, right? So I compared the Monday open to the Tuesday open, and it was like 50, right under 50%, right? Right under 50%. Let me go back and look at the Excel sheet. Roughly 46% of the time, QQQ opens lower on a Tuesday than it did on a Monday, right? The direction is often influenced by Monday's afternoon performance and overnight news, exactly what we had, right? Uh, and then in weeks where Monday holidays, like President's Week and Tuesday opens, it's essentially the weekly open, which historically carries a different volatility. So you got to put those aside, right? But okay, so I'm like, great. Now I know that I can get better premium on Tuesdays half the times. So don't go all in on Monday. Leave something to add on to on Tuesday. So I put that in the back of my head. Then I got to thinking, well, okay, I got in on Tuesday. How successful is it? So I did a comparison, right? Pulling data off of Yahoo and then fudging around. I did a comparison of the open, the close of, no, sorry, the low of the day on Tuesday compared to the close on Friday. Okay, so I'm taking the assumption that you bottom ticked it, right? Just for statistics' sake, right?
I think you kind of
I'll fine tune it. 80 some odd percent.
disappeared, AVP. I don't really hear anything.
Can anybody hear me? Anybody? All right, let me jump out. All right, how about now? Can you hear me now, Russell?
Oh yeah,
I need to
yeah.
sometimes.
Now it's working.
So, 81.8% win rate on Tuesday low to Friday close. So we know that that's just a straight line perspective. We would have a higher win rate because we have margin, right? We have margin. If we got in at the low, we just need to be a penny above. Hell, if we got $2, just not to lose money, we could be $2 under, you know? So the stats are great.
So we hit our close line, the 603.41. So that's upper side objective target, as we know.
Mama Trace, to reply to you, don't worry about the wordage. You'll get the concepts. You'll get it all. Like I can't even pronounce half the words Russell uses when he gets really, really technical. You know, and it's not about education. It's about persistence, right? How persistent are you to
Right. So
understand?
everybody knows what to do, right? You look at OMM.
Yeah, Russell can't hear me again. Russell secretly doesn't like me, I think.
Most powerful thing on the planet. And then so we're in the ceiling.
He is correct. I'm gonna be one
Now
of
when
those.
we get in the ceiling, if you look back left, you can see that we can have some rejection. I'll mark it.
Russell, can you hear me? I think Russell's mic just doesn't like me. His headphones or something. We have a revision. We have a revision up on SPY. So we got more room up. We've got gas, a little bit left for gas. We're at like 2.6. We can get to 3, maybe 3.4, right? So there's a little gas in the tank still, right? But we're like at the quarter tank mark, you know, and we might be riding on fumes into the close if we stay up here, being 2 o'clock, right? But we have a revision up on SPY just like we did on QQQ. So QQQ is leading SPY. We're at ceiling of 682.84. I suspected this. Chris mentioned this earlier, and I mentioned it. Look, this is what we can happen. Just curious. Anybody can hear me? Somebody put it in professional, so I don't feel like an idiot
The
talking to
ceiling in
myself.
yellow. You can see on the left-hand side prior reaction to ceiling. And you can see with the green line, it was dragging along for a bit. What we need to do is mark the I'll mark the 15-minute graph with the ceiling. Oh, hang on 1 second.
I'm targeting 6860. And if you want to know why, ask Chris G. He knows exactly why I'm targeting it if we get above this little hiccup here at 68.40.42.
Q. Q.
God bless you. God bless you. Mama, your mic's open, just so you know.
You sit over there, and you sit over there.
I am sitting, I promise you. Mama, your mic's open. I know you got a house full of kids. I'm gonna mute you. Where's my mute button? There it is. So, I must want to listen to the kids. Man, I was just about to walk away, but I think I'm gonna close out a bunch of stuff here, so I want to watch it. I do a lot of different back studies just because I like to keep my brain like humming. And one of the things that I'm starting to notice is that our high of the days and low of the days, they're coming in after 3 o'clock power hour, right? In particular, oh, mama, I'm constantly churning data. It's just what I love to do. I mean, wife looked at me the other day and she goes, "It's 2 in the morning. You're coming to bed." I had some good music going on, and I was looking at high lows of overnight and how they reflect, and coming up with these really crazy probabilities that work, right? And then overlay them onto Russell's system and Milk system. So yeah, I'm constantly doing it. But that was just a quick back of the napkin because we're really focusing because about 2 weeks ago I challenged Russell to show us the weekly spread because I think it could make a substantial difference in a lot of people's lives, right? So I challenged him to show it every week, right? It's work, but I think it's great for education if you don't play it. And it's nothing is foolproof in life, but if executed properly, it gives you a high probability. You have to be comfortable with it. You'll have to be comfortable with losing $500 minus whatever premium you got. But I think it's worth it, right? I'm going to be doing it, right? I know Russell will be doing it if he draws out these charts. I'm sure he's going to do it. I'm sure a few people will do it. So when I'm looking at his system of how he's playing it, right? He's playing it based on we're going to have a spread, $5 wide, ideally underneath the white line or at the white line. The rules are we're looking for a Monday, Tuesday dip into the zone. Well, we got it. We got it really nicely today. And then we're looking to break out of that zone and go to the top, right? Away from it, then depreciating our spreads to the point where it should be zero on a Friday for 15 p.m. So I'm looking at his trading system and I'm saying, okay, what's my personal weakness? Well, I need data. Right? There's two things. I need to see that it works. I need to understand it works over and over and over again. And then I need to have faith in the data, which is the hardest part for most people. They see it, but when the time comes, they can't pull the trigger. I only pulled the trigger on 2 of 7 positions this morning because I even second guessed myself. for various reasons, exposure, not being able to manage it while I'm away. And I want to have a clear mind when I'm not trading, right? I don't want to be in the back of the head saying, oh, I wonder what the hell that spread's doing when I'm spending time with family, right? So those were my personal reasons, right? But it's always hard to pull the trigger. But the few that I pulled the trigger on, well, they're doing fantastic. For example, I had an adjusted 89, 84. I didn't get filled on this one, right? But you could have got $1.50 and it's at 70 cents. That's 100%. That's 50% premium, melt. You can easily get out of that and pat yourself on the back, right? But that's going to be more likely than not zero on Friday. So then I said to myself, okay, I got in Monday, and now the premium's higher. It happened to me this week. It happened to me last week. What am I not seeing? So I quickly grabbed data, and then I love my Excel. I quickly rigged up an Excel sheet, and I started to ask better questions. First question was, well, I usually enter on Monday, and Tuesday's better premium. Well, how many times does that happen? Was I just bad luck 2 weeks in a row that I got in early, and then come to find out, well, no, hell, it happens 46% of the time. So then I revised my personal plan that says, okay, if I'm going to do, 10x, right? Let's just say hypothetically I'm doing 10 lots. Maybe I do 4 lots, or maybe I do 2 lots. And then I pepper in more when the premium gets fatter. And if it doesn't, fine, I still have skin in the game, just less of it, or things like that, right? If you're trading in multiple contracts, more than one, you can do. You trade one there, you can trade one the other day. I trade multiple strikes. That's just who I am, right? So, I mean, I'm selling 99, 98, 96, 95, 89, 5 wide, right? I like to stair step up. I like to stair step in. I like to stair step out. It's just me personally, right? You got to figure out what works for you personally, right? Your risk, your exposure, your experience, how much time you could put in front of the screen, babysitting it, whatever the case may be, right? Now, based on that, I'm like, okay, so now I'll take some entries, but I'll wait for better entries for further out the next day, right? And then I said, hold on a second. Now I've increased my exposure, right? What now? Well, what's the win rate, right? What's the win rate? Now, if an absolute win rate is 81% from the low on Tuesday to the closing price on Friday, rarely is the closing price the high of the day. Hold on 1 second. Hey, V, I'm going to call you in 2 seconds, yeah? I'm going to hit the road anyway, so I'll call you in a minute. Sorry. Um, Let me finish this thought. Rarely is the high of the day the close of the day on Friday. So that already tells me that I still have more leeway. Okay? I have still more leeway because, unlike Russell, my personal system is to get out at anywhere from absolutely at 10 cents. But if I'm getting $2 or if I'm getting $1.50, south of a 50 cents, I'm okay getting out, depending on if I'm sitting in front of the screen and depending on what OMMs are showing me, what milk charts are showing me. For example, if we're at 50 cents and we were back where we first, holy cow, hold on a second. Always take your wife's phone call, always. But concluding that thought, right? If you're getting out at 50 cents, 40 cents, 30 cents, 25 cents, you're going to have a higher win rate, right? You're going to have a higher win rate if you're not waiting around. right? You might get it on a Wednesday. You might get it on a Thursday, right? You might have multiple lots, and you might say, okay, I'm going to take out the more exposure ones. In my case, the 99s, right? The 599s have more exposure than the 589s, for example. There's $5 more exposure, right? So I'll hold on to the less exposed ones a little longer, and I'll cut out the more exposed ones. I'll exit those sooner, right? For a little less profit, right? So I hope that helps. I mumbled a lot right there, but I hope that helps you guys, and I'm going to shut up now. Oh, Russell, can you hear me? No, Russell doesn't like me today. All right, I'm going to try again. Russell, can you hear me? Let's just check SPY here one last time. What am I seeing here? What am I seeing? Okay. It's just dancing. It's dancing with the top of the OMM. And
Working for me?
yeah. Hold on one second.
It's working. I'm not sure. I don't know if you guys can hear, but what the OMM showing is on the Qs that we've had rejection, as long as the ceiling doesn't revise down, so the ceiling has to remain solid. AVP is mentioning the ceiling. It's showing on the QQQ. It's ticked up a little bit. So that could be trouble.
Can you hear me, Russell? Nope, Russell can't hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear
Oh,
you.
there you are. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice little pullback
Yeah, my
here.
wife came in, so I had to,
Oh, yeah, my wife
answer to
called me
her
too.
so I
My
don't
wife
get
just
killed.
called me too. I know. I did the same thing. I'm like, listen, when your wife calls or when your wife shows up, you pick up.
Yeah, I
My
don't want to get
son
stabbed in
called.
the
My
middle of the
wife.
night. I don't wake up dead.
Just don't tell me she's from Jalisco.
Yeah, our family's from Honduras. She's a first generation here, so her
Okay, so
mom's
it's
from
Honduras.
Honduras.
Okay, I got it wrong.
Yeah, so yeah, they can be feisty people because
That's
she's
why you
actually
married her.
she looks more Persian than anything, so part of that Persian Empire.
Yeah. Look at this pull. Where did we pull to? Like right there.
The
Like
idea,
if we gap,
so we got
I'll be out of a lot of positions, but that's too much to ask with
so
the ceiling. Tell me, what were you gonna say? Sorry.
so where we're at is, so see on the QQQ, the 1 minute, we're
Mm,
here at the red line. That's the first line of support. So for more downside, we have to crack through this red line.
yeah.
If we can break through it, then this is the peak over here on our put. So this is a put I'm using, the 603. So we have to, if we can break through the red line, then we will travel back to the red dotted line. And I think that's, I don't know where that's at. It's
Why you want to go down, Russell? Nobody wants to go down. Market doesn't like to go down. Market likes to go up.
but it's on the data. If you look at the data I
That's
sent out, it's right there.
no. I'm looking at QQQ. It is rising, but we're pulling away from the ceiling, right? So what's logical? We go
Yeah.
check. We go
It's
check the PML, right? That's logical.
it's right
Or
it's right
we could
here.
check lower. We could check lower. We could check lower. It's changed a little bit now. It's come off. And we can pull back and then go back and bump it again. Well, it's hard to tell, right?
Well,
But you got to be thankful
so
for the
what
move that
happened?
we had.
So what happened? Yeah. So what happened is we, in the past on the left, that's all we have. We've rejected from the ceiling and then we intersected with the PML. We don't know if that'll occur this time.
You know what? You are right. I didn't look left, and I should have. On SPY, I'm seeing the same thing. Hooked down on the ceiling, hooked down on the price. PML coming up a little bit, and just the other day we did the same thing. We hooked down. We came to the PML, and then we rode the PML up to the end of the
Yeah.
day, right? But
Yeah.
and then I'm
So we're at the
looking.
PML now at the 941 PML. So
Okay, yeah,
126. So we've hit, so this is the minimum it needed to do, which it has achieved the minimum.
yeah,
So if it's going to bounce, it can of course bounce here off the PML.
yeah. The PML is way
So
off
it
on
has done
SPY.
what it needs.
SPY PML is $6 away, right? Right now, that's a big
Yeah,
move. That's a big move.
yeah.
Let me check QQQ. QQQ PML is at let's just round up to 96. That's still a big move, right? That's $5, right? I
Yeah.
think the PML more likely scenario is the PML comes up and chases it, right? That's the more
So,
likely
well,
scenario.
so ABP, we've already intersected the PML. I'm using the 941. If you
Okay.
look on the graph in the center, we've already intersected it
Yep.
because we have a couple different values. One is the PML from earlier. That's the one I'm using. So we have achieved the first level of downside.
That's the
And
advanced
that,
stuff, right? I'm so used to using like what's in front of me, but I love the fact that you pull a certain time period, right? And you extract the value. I gotta pick up on that a little bit more. I gotta pick up
yeah,
on that
that's
a
all
little
it
bit
is.
more.
So we've done, is there's the one that's in flux, and then there's the one that I anchored at 941.
Correct.
And you can see the 941 anchor is the correct one. Like we're getting
Yeah, but then that
mark.
raises the biggest question: why 941?
Yeah, that's a good question. Like why 941 and not the
Known for those.
or the 2 o'clock one? Yeah.
We'll take that on another day.
I think it's secret sauce. There's secret sauce stuff.
Yeah. Well,
And
listen,
give them
we'll
secret
take it
sauce.
on another day. My brain doesn't want to think that much today. You know.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah, and you
like
can
that.
see over here. You can see over here earlier, we were bouncing off that PML,
Got it.
It became support right there. So I can tell, well, first off, I can just tell, like, once it's doing that, I'm like, it's a support point. I would like to touch this dotted line one more time today and then let this put really, because that'd be 600. That would give me a $3 put contract. The dotted lines up here.
Why do you want to sacrifice my spreads for your put contract?
I'm not trying to mess it up. Yeah, I'm not trying to mess it up.
No. I got till Friday.
Yeah, these spreads over here, these are designed through Friday, so. And these are actually doing pretty good. The 600's doing pretty good.
Not
And
bad at all. I got into the 599s at 201, and they're at $1.40 right now.
It wasn't. Yeah, it's not bad. And then the 607 here, that one's about what I would anticipate. Nothing great, it's a lot higher up in the food chain.
You did 607?
Yeah, there's a reason for it.
I know. Let's not divulge it yet. I think I know. I think I know why.
Back here,
But the
let's
premium
look
isn't
where
there,
it's
in my
at.
opinion. Like, look. We're
No,
in
it's not. It's horrible.
The premium's not there, right? I get it. It's going to
Yeah,
win,
the
and I
premium's
kind of know why. But I'm not that eager to know right now. But the premium isn't worth it to me. The thing that you really have to understand is just because you win doesn't mean it's a good trade. It's got to have the right R&R.
Yeah, the put side is really not paying what we would like. So
And it
the
also tells
green
you
dotted
something.
line. So here's our 607 put.
Yep.
Maybe it'll get fuzzy. And it's right below the green dotted line.
Yep. That's what I figured.
607.66. So most of the time on Friday, this could be this outlier week. We will be above that green dotted line. We will be in this purple zone up here.
Yep.
629 to 607.66. That begs the question, well, we do a 607, but like you're saying, AP, the premium is not like it should be, for the risk, right? Because we're over here $3, $2. Are you kidding me? This one's $1.49. That's $2 for a 607.
Yeah.
It's like 100% ridiculous.
You were getting 250. You were getting 250 for the 599s, 5 wide, right? Why the hell do I want to be at 7 if I can get it at 599? Right?
I know, exactly. I just wanted to show the differential there.
No, absolutely, and thank you for your
You can see the differential, and you can see the reward to risk. The reward to risk is better up here on the 600. I mean, that's easy math. This one's like just insane.
So we've got high of day. As long as we don't make another high of day, that's going to drive user crazy. But she's thinking, we close somewhere around 81, right? 81. Autobot has it really crazy, but 81, and we're at 81. So basically, we close around here, unless we get an overshoot. Autobot, she's got it 677.60. So we'll see what that is. That's a big pullback. I don't want to see that. I really don't. It's not really what I want to see. That doesn't really matter, but I'm still going to tell you that.
Yeah.
I swear to God, the amount of times I type in OMM SPY, I swear to God, it's like I need an auto button, right?
Yeah,
I
it's
need a
hard.
button that I just press and it comes up.
Yeah, it's hard to break habits sometimes.
No, it's good, or else people would abuse it, you know? Uh, just the ever so hint that we're gonna go up, right? We're gonna go up because ceiling is still poking up. But what I don't like is I don't think we have much gas. I think the empty sign will start to flicker pretty soon. We're at like 2.75, and 3.25 is the max I see. We're at the top of that zone. The only thing I can think of, but I don't know how it correlates to OMM, is I really want to see that gap fill. I want to see that gap fill on the comp, and then it'll coordinate with all the other things, right? That's just great structural repair. Technically, we've repaired part of the gap, so it's considered okay, right? Because your gap really started on the comp. Well, let me do it on SPX. Let me do it on SPX. Be easier to correlate. The gap on SPX, right? We were closing right around, let's say, 66.80, and we opened up at 6,800, so 80 points, and we're around 28, right? So I would love a gap fill, because bells and whistles are going off left and right, right? We have theta evaporating because it's out of the money. Okay, we have a delta move, and we've got major theta release at the end of the day, right? So, all the people are like, oh, I'm going to buy the end of the day because it's going to save me theta. No, market makers know, so they front load some of that end of the day theta, right, for the next day into the last 15 minutes, right? Sneaky, but they do
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Not all of it, but a good chunk of it. I used to buy like, oh, I'm going to buy on Friday, not on Monday. This way, you know what? I'm saving. I get the weekend data for free. And somebody's like, you idiot! They just front loaded at the close of Friday, right? And I'm like, oh
Yeah.
crap! You're
Yeah.
right. You're
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, you got to really have some compelling reason to do that over the weekend.
110%. 100. Don't I used to do
That's why.
I used to do this system called Green Goose, right? And it had to do with divergence and ATRs and all of these little MACDs and things, right? And you literally traded. It was a contrarian trade where you're trading the last 15 minutes is your entry, and you're trading an overnight move into the morning. And it was a good system, like any system. The right R&R, the right back testing, it works until it doesn't work, But I used to see the premiums just fluster between the last 15 minutes and the first 15 minutes. I mean, it was stupid. I'm supposed to lose and I would win, and I'm supposed to win and I would lose. It's ridiculous, just on premium swings.
Yeah, it's better to have something more robust.
Oh, I swear to God, Russell, that must look like you in 1970. That picture Chris put up.
Yeah, it's pretty unwieldy. So I put the yellow line. That's just a midpoint. That's all that is a geometry into the center.
Into
You
the
can see
QQQ.
we've been bumping off that. Yeah, it's just like we've talked in the past. The center of a range is always a little more of the safer spot. You know, as you get to the ends of a range, it's more on the outlier positioning of the overall range. So the center is just a little more of a safer spot. And so 6140, you know, does a little bit for the 603. Can get a little bit of a move up, I guess. If we ran to 599.70, that would be a dotted line move up here. That would put us at like a $3. 599.70's up here. Give us over $3.
You put up this magician, Doug Hennings. Reminds me of a funny story. You're gonna love this, Russell. My wife, you probably go through this, right? My wife's like, "Tell me something to put me to sleep." I'm like, "I'm trying to go to sleep myself, right?" Keep snagging me. Tell me, tell me, tell me, tell me. I finally grabbed the iPod and I put on Bob Ross painting.
Yeah,
I put
yeah,
you to sleep.
exactly. I love Bob Ross.
Oh, I used to love. I even tried it, but I can't paint. You know,
Yeah,
they're the best. You know, we're just gonna go in this little corner over here, and we're gonna put on a spread. We're gonna go over here, and we're gonna draw an O&M line. You know,
yeah, yeah. I was reading about Bob Ross one day. I guess he was a drill sergeant in the Marines, I think. And one of the armed forces, I think it was Marines, but I can't specifically remember. Watch the 602. So if we can get to that dotted line, then we'll be at $3 on the P603. But after, run to the bottom of the projection, we may not get down there. Maybe. All right, so we're at a support point right here because we've intersected the outcome. So I'm going to mark that. We'd have to break beneath that. I don't know. We'll see. Got stuff in the way. Pretty cool. We ran from one geometry to the next. Pretty wicked. from top geometry to bottom. Bottom geometry.
Washing the brush. So let's do that. We wash our brushes with odorless thinner. Shake off the excess.
Yeah, that could if they escort a few ships out, Scotty, then that would be beautiful.
I didn't add it, AVP, but we've got the variance on top of our projections. I can throw the variance in. Usually it's a point or two. So that would put us at 603.90, 603.91.
You're talking.
If we had a $1 variance.
What was QQQ?
And down here we are at a -1 variance. So look how these geometries play out. Pretty wicked. That was a supporting geometry, and this is a resistive geometry, and it's using the end-of-day values. Historical volatility back here because we anchored a historical volatility. So this is printed, so now it's historical. So we anchor there, anchor here, and then we draw into our projected areas. That means when we come down here, it's support. When we go up there, it's resistance. And then we have a variance, and it's plus or minus 2. I'll just throw in plus or -1, but sometimes we get plus or minus 2. So technically, if we wanted to be more crisp with the analysis, we would be 604.91.
I like that number better.
That's more because sometimes you get a 2-point variance, and that gives us our 2-point leeway. So that's a 2 up at the top. And usually I don't think we really overshoot the end of day by more than 2. Maybe 2 and some change, but 2 is usually where it's at.
No, but hold on a second. We made a new higher day. You have to recalculate.
Yeah. So given that, we could recalculate. Now, I don't know, user. I think she's doing them in the 1 o'clock hour. And usually when we come out in the 1 o'clock hour, we can anchor them usually pretty good. If it's sometime in the 1 o'clock, I haven't. I didn't ask her. I didn't notice how she was. Did she?
1:30.
1:30. Okay, good. So, okay, good. So if we're 1:30, we can still hold to these values. A lot of the times in the 1 o'clock hour when they're computed, they will hold to our 4 o'clock. So it can still be fine, even though we've carved out a new high on the day. They can still play out.
The only thing I want to see play out is go get my gap fill. Gap fill patient. Russell, I've been patient all day, right? I said to myself, I'm not going to screw up. I made pennies to compare to what I make every day, but I'm happy. I'm having a great day. What would really, really make me happy is less exposure going into vacation.
Yeah. Were you gonna just take off all your trades, or were you gonna leave some?
Come on now. We don't do that. You and I. We're sitting there in the corner on our phones trying to do spreads and complicated trades while our wives are like, "Where the hell are you? We're boarding."
Yeah. Oh, I've been at the airport. I remember one time we were going to Disneyland. I'm at the airport.
You told me.
I had a ton of spreads on. I can't tell you how many I had a lot on. And
I have 7 different spreads on right now. I have 7 different. No, 6.
I've got a couple. I've got a couple. So when I was so I've got a couple. When I was over there though, I was heavy.
Yeah.
I was heavy, and I did them on SPX, and this is probably 5 years ago, maybe 12 years, maybe 14 years ago. I still remember. You remember the mistakes vividly.
Yeah.
I was there like, oh my God, I've got to
I'm going to get you back into SPX. I'm going to get you back into trading SPX spreads. You watch. By the end of the year.
Yeah, I'll trade. I'll trade them sometimes. I show, Milk's over there doing the ES and the SPX.
Yeah.
So it's better if one person does one thing, and then I show the Qs and other stuff sometimes.
But we can throw it out. We can throw it in
we
the
have
corner.
two different things.
We could throw it in the
Yeah.
corner, right? And
Yeah.
we could put it on the ES chart. I know you're showing SPY, but it's the same thing, right?
Yeah. 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 I could throw. Sometimes I've had thousands on, and that
Yeah,
was
I know
one
what
of
you
those. That
mean.
was one of those times when I was at the airport, and I was like, "Oh Jesus, Lord help me."
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know why. Like normally they go pretty good, and it was. I
No,
think I
no,
was being
it's
punished for
like
having
clockwork, right?
fun.
Usually you get
Yeah.
like you get a 50% draw, right? Down max, right?
Yeah.
So like if you sold it for $1, they'll go to $1.50. Not the end of the world. It's when they start getting to like 2.75, 3, you start like, is the world, what happened,
Yeah.
Look at this. It's
Yeah.
just beating up against the
Oh,
ceiling and
and
pulling back.
yeah. And the other thing is, it's always when I'm not in for all my gear. All I've
Yeah,
got is my phone
yeah,
in front of me, my laptop's packed, because at least I travel with laptops, so I can unpack, but it's in luggage. I'm just
yeah.
like, I'm like, oh God, help me now. Yeah, so I think our variance. So we clip the one on our variance. We got up here to the one.
I hate figuring out the spreads on the delta on the spreads. They're always so stupid.
You know, they don't like to give away free money, do they, at the exchange? They're pretty
No.
the people over there are pretty tight with their money.
Like you got a 4 delta, right? You got a 4 delta on these
Yeah,
599 600s, right? So what do you do with
yeah,
that? You can't really do anything with that. Every
yeah,
dollar it goes up, you lose 4 cents. That's not how you're gonna, it's all the theta.
yeah,
But you got
yeah.
theta. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong strike. That's me every day. Looking at the wrong expiration because I've got multiple expirations open. Yeah, it's even worse. The delta is point 0.2. We're so close. Go! Get me my full gaps closed. They are opening the spreads up so much that I can't get out of my SPX right now. It's like so stupid. Pay me already.
Yeah,
I should be out. The money should be in my
yeah.
pocket. I should be shining, my shoes for my trip and packing my tuxedo. This thing wants to they just want to torture you to take the last bit of your money.
And they're just keeping this stuff over inflated. I mean, it's just
It's so stupid. Right now, you should not be at a 50. It's the spread is 50 to $1.10 on an SPX contract. It's supposed to be a nickel to 10
yeah,
cents. And then what happens is, yeah, great. You get this pullback, like we're getting
yeah.
this pullback right here, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, okay, now we'll bring the spread back. No, it doesn't help. This is the downside to selling spreads. You whine about your exits.
Oh yeah, unless you can craft them and burn them up into the expiration, sometimes it's very hard. It's like they don't want to give away money easily.
Not at all.
They want to make it hard on everyone. I mean, these things over here, my 607 and the 600. The 607's $1.84 and this one's $1.26.
This
Kidding me?
the
There's
price
60 cents
differential is stupid.
differential.
Yeah,
It's
the
like
price
just
differential is stupid.
stupidity right there. I don't know what pricing model that's called, but that's called unfair pricing model. That's
No,
just
that's the theta. That's the
60
theta, right?
cents
That's the
on top of
theta.
a 7-point differential. That's just
I will.
right. Well, I guess to be fair, yeah, 2 to 1, yeah, 60 cents. That's just wrong. All right, so we're getting confirmation that our center is correct. Bounce right there. So, like usual, user has calculated very nicely. Oh, make that yellow. you